so forth. All of those things, which were denied typically to the great majority of South Africans, preyed on me quite considerably. In 1968, then, I became a first-year student at the University of Cape Town, studying philosophy and politics, and became much more politically engaged, not just morally concerned, but also more aware politically. And in 1968, as an 18-year-old, I was recruited into the remnants of what was left of the South African Communist Party, the Pan-African Congress, the African National Congress, the South African Communist Party. Were all being very severely mauled, very severely beaten after the Rivonia trial and the subsequent trials. And so there was very little left of organisation in the late 1960s. So I was recruited then in 1968 and was attracted to the South African Communist Party partly because I became interested in Marxism, but also because it had a track record of being a non-racial political party. At that stage in the late 1960s, the African National Congress had always been committed to a non-racial future South Africa, but as a young white South African, one couldn't join the ANC as such, couldn't be a member, so was a supporter but not a member. So that would be the background to what then subsequently transpired.
I'm intrigued to see that you were considering going into the priesthood. Was it perhaps your interest in politics and Marxism that ultimately prevented you from taking that particular trajectory?
I think it was more, dissatisfaction with the largely white Catholic parish, and the sense that although the values of the church were ones that I admired and respected and continue to, the actual practices in an apartheid South Africa seemed to be at variance with the preachings of the gospel. So I think it was not that I became a Marxist and then rejected religion. On the contrary, I mean, as a Marxist, I still think that religion is a very important and progressive reality of many Communist Party members, not me, which is why what you are affirmed rather than took the oath. There are many believers, both in the African National Congress and in the South African Communist Party as we speak.
And there was a kind of, you mentioned that you were recruited into the then banned South African Communist Party to do ideological work. What kind of ideological work was that?
So, as I was saying, the late 1960s and early 1970s, after completing my honours degree at UCT, I worked briefly as a journalist on the Argus. I was at the cable office at that stage. And one could go a whole bit without seeing the initials ANC or SACE or EAC. Basically, the apartheid regime, I think, believed that they had finally defeated the liberation aspirations of organizations of the great majority of South Africans. So the task at that stage that I was given as an 18-year-old and then 19-year-old at UCT, having been recruited into the Communist Party underground, was to seek to produce literature, reproduce and articles and so on, to circulate them and to create an awareness of the continued existence, sometimes exaggerated at that point in terms of organized presence. So it began basically in a fairly rudimentary way. What I went on to do then, I studied at the Sorbonne, I did a master's in Paris in Sorbonne in philosophy. And while I was there, I was in further training in Ireland on underground techniques and further training on producing literature basically on behalf of the ANC and on behalf of the South African Communist Party. So I returned in '74 and took up a teaching post at UCT Raccoon and Susan Raccoon, who were two British citizens but who were now working for the underground processing here in Cape Town. And our task became the production of
say that Williams, as well as other similar across the country, distributing these pamphlets. As you mentioned, you were studying through mailing and so these pamphlet of public bombs. That was quite friendly to the state at the time. Is that right?
Well, obviously the point was we were copying the snippet that we were showing that we were present. And so we were not the only unit doing this work. The first unit, as I understand, that was involved in this was in Johannesburg. It was that next Timor unit. And Timor has one in Haron was arrested, I think, in the early 1970s. And severely tortured. Unknown to me, but 2 days or so after the arrest of the maternal cell was the first occasion in which the flat in which I was living in Rondebosch was raided at 3 a.m. in the morning by the security police. And there were some 300 other raids around the country that followed. And the assumption that we made was that we'd be on the mailing list of the Timor unit. And the police, I think at that stage, thought that we might have been members, and some of us were, but not everyone on the list were members of this underground structure. Then a second unit was arrested in 1975 in Durban, involved in the same work, and that was the Rain Southern unit. And Rain also suffered very torture, got to work in Pretoria maximum security regime. But he was still suffering severely from the torture that he had suffered, electrical torture and so forth, and he was still quite disoriented on the effects of that. So the unit of which I was part was arrested about 4 or 5 weeks after the June 16th Soweto 1976 uprisings.
Before we talk to your arrest, there was in fact the inquest, the reopened inquest into the death of Timor back in 1971 in Doncaster Square. And that evidence was that the security branch at the time was very concerned, indeed alarmed, at the spread of this subversive literature around the country. And certainly one of the reasons about Timor and subsequently around the settlement. And also testified in the inquest that a person offered in Durban was so badly confused. Because I wanted to put you the claims when you were not receiving instruction on how to engage in these different activities, did you also receive instruction on how to cope with interrogation under security detention?
Yes, so, as I said, I was studying in Paris, crossing over to London to make contact with the London-based South African Communist Party. And I met frequently, several months, with an individual who I knew, who turned out much later to be one of the passports. I didn't know that. And so the very first meeting involved him providing me with a pile of literature, of course, basically, recounting the torture torture experiences of South Africans like Ruth First, like Alvin Sachs, like Stephanie Kim, but also international examples. People who suffered terrible torture during the Nazi occupation of Western Europe, people who suffered terrible torture during the Algerian War of Independence, and I learned subsequently that many of the security branch in South Africa approaches to interrogation they had learned from the French. And if I'm not mistaken, there was boasted at one point to me in the course of my interrogation that they were part of an international fraternity of torturers and knew what they were doing. So the purpose of this pile of literature that I received was very obvious. I was told to read it, and of course it gave all the accounts that are familiar from torturers around the world, of sleep deprivation, of solitary confinement, of electrical shocking, of beatings, and so forth. And I understood what was being done, because the next meeting, having read beautifully read it, some of which I was familiar with, already, the next question was, are you ready prepared to go back and announcing their presence. There was an address list relating not just to township addresses that had been provided to us, but also I remember to Butelesi, who was then leading the Plato, to some of the embassies, Western embassies in South Africa, to all the newspaper editorial offices and so on. So we were announcing our presence. I just anecdotally, we said that when we got literature which had been sent to us which attacked Carter and Butelesi, we were also rather pleased because unfailingly Dr. Butelesi at that stage had a weekly column in what is now independent newspapers. We always respond, and so we had 2,000 addresses that we were sending out to them. We would get a political response to us a week later from Butelesi, quoting at large length, obviously disagreeing with what we're saying, but giving us more airtime than I think that we managed to achieve. Indeed, yes. I have since had a friendly discussion with Butelesi. I don't know what it is.
Mr. Clement, let's turn to your arrest. Perhaps you can give us some background and how you believe that happened.
Yes, so it was one of the longer lasting of these units, because the weapons had been involved longer than I joined the ministry. And so they managed to last for quite a long time. And then I was put in touch with them, I think in 1974, and we then formed a unit of three. We didn't know initially, we didn't know each other's real names. I think I was Gary, I can't remember what the other two were called. We kind of guessed that it went really well. But we wouldn't meet in a friendly set, we were always meeting in clandestine circumstances and so on. But now, one of the weak points in this arrangement was that we were getting instructions as well as copy literature that we would reproduce was coming in from the UK, mainly from London. And a lot of the correspondence was in secret ink. So it would be an apparently innocent letter, but if developed using secret ink, the actual message would come through. So this was a form of communication. And in the course of my being detained subsequently, basically the security police, and it was Van Veet in particular, boasted that they had had assistance from outside, from their air agencies there, in getting to the bottom of that. So we didn't go further than that. But my assumption was, and I think discussing with the other 2 years later and so forth, that the security police had managed to develop the incoming letters to us, and perhaps the outgoing letters as well, because they knew we were based somewhere in Cape Town, because all of our postings of these thousands of publications that we were sending out were coming from the Cape Town area. So the secret ink communications were going to the Ratkins. It was a mistake they made. I made mistakes too, but the mistake they made was that it was going to their actual home address as an innocent letter, but obviously with and they were due to leave the country for 2 months or something to go back to the UK for debriefing and to visit their families and so forth, and had communicated that the date of which they were leaving. And we, as a unit, we then received a strange secret letter which looked a bit different from the previous one. The assumption that we made is that they'd intercepted the outgoing letter and developed it, and then had intercepted the incoming letter as well, but had developed it so they couldn't send that on to us, so they then sent a somewhat acknowledging the receipt of the last letter, so but the style was a bit strange. So on the day that the Ratkins were due to fly out of Cape Town, they were arrested. At the same time, in Johannesburg, another unit, the Anthony Holiday unit, was also arrested. And so I'm assuming also that he was also getting instructions and so on through the same means of secret ink development. So the Ratkins were there. I didn't know because they were arrested. I'd assumed that they'd successfully left. And it was only the next day that I was arrested and detained. And this was in late July of 1976.
Thank you. You mentioned in your statement that you were then detained in different places, such as Maitland and Sea Point, but that for purposes of interrogation, you were brought to Caledon Police Station, which is now Cape Town Central Police Station. But you also mentioned that you were held in solitary confinement. Can you recall approximately how long you were held in solitary?
I can't really. It's now 46 or something like that years ago. So some of the detail of that kind, it was not very long, and I was surprised actually that and we came to trial very quickly, which was unusual. We came to trial in September, having been detained. The 3 of us having been detained in late July. And I'll come to the solitary confinement and so on. But just to say that the detention wasn't a pleasant experience, to say the least. But it was nothing like what I was anticipating and expecting. And I've often wondered about this, and I think a key factor is that weeks before the June 16th, 1976 uprising had happened, and suddenly the security police were overwhelmed. And of course we call it the Soweto uprising, but it spread very rapidly, including down here to Cape Town and nationally. So I think that was a factor. A second factor, and obviously that evoked a lot of international attention. The second factor in our relatively rapid process of ending up coming to trial was that given the international attention, the 2 others who had been arrested with me the day before, Susan and David Ratkin, were British subjects. and Susan Rapkin was 8 months pregnant at the time. So I think for all kinds of reasons there was a lot of pressure and focus on the set of detentions. And then I think the other factor was that as a result of the earlier units having been arrested, the Tumol unit and the Satna unit, they had a much better sense of our modus operandi. They knew that our list of 2,000 nailing lists, including the Honourable Buthelezi, they were not members of the South African Communist Party necessarily, but was just a list. So I think that, yeah. But okay, so I was detained. I was held for some days in Maitland Police Station, and I've subsequently read that this was the police station in which Imam Haron was held for an extended period. And that it was an awful situation, certainly in 1976. I was held in a filthy cell. Blankets were covered with excrement. I had some slight scratches and so on, all of which became infected. There was no access to water. And for the first nights that I spent there, I was kept awake continuously. Every half an hour, we would be banging on the sound of Isyevaka, are you awake, and so on. Now, whether that was I had no intention of committing suicide, but whether that was a suicide watch or it was harassment, basically. Because from the reading that I had done and other things, I knew that one of the techniques of torture that I was likely to encounter would be sleep deprivation. So while I was not being actually interrogated, I was desperately trying to get some sleep, but being woken up continuously, through the night and so on. So the day following my arrest, I was then brought to Caledon Square and interrogated.
And do you recall who your interrogators were?
Well, the dominant interrogator was Speaker, as we knew, Speaker van Beek. I knew of him, obviously, from the inquest into Imam Haron, and he was a legendary figure. Legendary might be a too positive a term, but he was a notorious figure. So I was aware of it, and I knew it was. I mean, I see the photograph that has been produced, and that is certainly the person. But he was also the chief investigating officer and gave evidence in our trial here in this court. So last time I was here, actually. And
so he introduced himself to you, did he?
I'm not sure if he introduced himself to me, but so he was always accompanied by a second person whose name I've forgotten. I don't recognize the photo in this connection, in this document that we had before the inquest, that we opened the inquest. But so there was Speaker van Beek, and so basically they were playing a bad cop, Speaker van Beek, and then I wouldn't say good cop, but a less bad cop. So Speaker van Beek came in dramatically. He was wearing an apron, what looked a bit like a kind of canvassy type apron, which was covered in red, dark red, which may have been theatre or it may have been blood, but anyway, the signal was something. And in the course of the interrogation, he was also playing with what looked to me like an electro, which was a gentle. So he was, in a very bombastic and aggressive way, threatening me, threatening my family, threatening my wife, threatening my friends, and so forth.
What kind of threats were being made against your wife?
Well, that they would detain and pull it in, that she was involved as well, which she hadn't been, but she was sort of aware of what he was doing, but was not actively involved. And obviously that is a point of vulnerability. It does make one feel deeply concerned because your own choices have brought this onto a wider family group and a group of friends and so on who might not have been, who hadn't made the choices that I'd made. So there were periods of intense interrogation with the two of them,
but led by Speker van Wyk, warrant officer, I think he was at the time, van Wyk. Then he would go out to take a break, but presumably also to create the space for the less bad cop, the so-called good cop, to play. And that's when clearly I was told, that is Speker van Wyk, and you better cooperate with him. And they explicitly said more than once, you know what he did to Imam Haron. You know what he did. So you just better watch your step. You just better be careful. So this threat coming from that court, while Van Wyk stepped out, and then he would come again in a very dramatic way and so forth. Later on, after the initial bout of interrogation, I was driven up to Pretoria.
Just before we move on, so you will, although he wasn't spelling out the less, the good or less bad interrogator wasn't spelling out what they did to Imam Haron, it was essentially made clear to you that if you don't cooperate, they would kill you like they killed Imam Haron.
Yes, that was exactly the message. Exactly.
Incidentally, Mr. Cronin, the apron that Speker van Wyk was wearing, in your statement you described it as a butcher's coat.
Yeah.
So what did that say to you, that an interrogator comes into the interrogation room wearing a butcher's coat with red marks on it? Again, it doesn't leave much to the imagination.
No, it certainly was intended not to leave anything to the imagination. It was a clear statement. When I say butcher's coat, it was a kind of full-length apron-y type thing that attached the back and came up. So, yeah.
Yeah, that certainly looks like a butcher's coat. Sorry, but I interrupted you. You were about to talk about,
yes,
I think the transporting up to Pretoria.
Yes. So, for whatever reason, I think partly because they wanted, the idea was to have further interrogation up in Pretoria. And that interrogation, I think, was aimed at getting a broader, sort of more global sense of where we fitted in and so forth, rather than the actual Cape Town-based operations. But I had the displeasure of travelling up with Van Wyk driving, his sidekick, the less bad cop, and a third policeman, who was a coloured person, with me in the back, of course. I was in leg irons and handcuffs, of course. Anyway, on the way up to Pretoria, there were discussions that happened, some amongst themselves. The most amusing, which I think I mentioned in my affidavit, is that Van Wyk had recently completed his police exam on Marxism, and he scored, I think, 6 out of 10. When he was coaching his sidekick on how to do well in the Marxism exam. But one of the things that the other security policemen said to me, both the coloured security policeman, whose name I don't remember, and the less bad cop, was that the less bad cop said to me, we're worried about Van Wyk's state of mind. We are. Now again, whether that was intended as a threat, or whether it was, I'm sure it was principally meant to be that, but clearly it was also, it seemed to have an element of truth about it. And that was borne out in the way in which Van Wyk drove the car. The other two security policemen were terrified of this volatile personality. That's the only word I can think of. He kind of would swear at other traffic on the road, seemed to burst out into anger at the slightest hairstep, and would drive incredibly fast. And the other two security policemen were saying, drive carefully, Speker, they said it in Afrikaans. Ons ry te vinnig, and so on. So I think they were a bit scared of him themselves and of his conduct and so on. So I could see that in the interactions. But they continued to talk about, for my benefit, what they had done, as they put it, to Imam Haron. And as we approached Johannesburg on the way to Pretoria, they even joked in a very cold-blooded way about what we need to do is erect signs up here, beware of flying Indians, which was clearly an awful reference to, I assume, Ahmed Till's death, who they claimed had jumped out of the window, but I believe clearly had been thrown out. But so they were very cold-blooded and awful, and racist, obviously, to say the least.
So did you get the impression that their claims in relation to Imam Haron and the late Ahmed Timal, that they were wearing those incidents as a badge of honor, something they were proud of?
They certainly were doing that, okay, whether it was in order to intimidate me or not, obviously one can speculate, but certainly the way they were boastful about these things and were absolutely cold-blooded certainly suggested to me that for them it was a badge of honor. Yeah, yes.
So Mr. Cronin, perhaps we can now move forward. You mentioned in your statement that later in 1976 you were in fact convicted. Can you indicate to the court what you were convicted of and what your sentence was?
Yes, so, Your Lordship, so we were convicted under the Terrorism Act on 17 counts of terrorism. And those 17 counts were 17 different publications of underground literature. When David Bracken and I were awaiting trial in Portsmouth Prison, some of the common law prisoners were very impressed that we were being charged under the Terrorism Act. They called it sabotation, and they thought that we were really serious criminals, and they welcomed us into their ranks. But I'm afraid to say that the 17 counts of terrorism were literature, basically pamphlets that they reproduced and circulated.
But nonetheless, at least in prison and perhaps outside of prison, because you were convicted under the Terrorism Act, you were regarded as a terrorist?
Well, obviously there was, being South Africa, there was a very mixed reception. So the court trial in late September, and I remember this was at the height of the spread of the June 1976 youth uprising, essentially. So there were huge demonstrations going on in Cape Town, which then came to the court as well, and there was tear gas spilling around inside the court and so on. And there was tremendous support for the three of us on trial. And we did our best to use our statements from the dock to explain what we've done, why we did it, and that we remain committed to the principles and to the perspectives of a non-racial and democratic South Africa. But obviously, in other quarters, we were regarded as not just as saboteurs in Portsmouth Prison, but as terrorists. One of the other things that puzzled me when I first got detained was one of the early questions that the security police asked me is, "Are you Jewish?" I couldn't work out what it was about. And then it twigged that racists need some kind of racial explanation for what they regarded as deviance. So they were a bit disappointed, I think, that I wasn't Jewish, not that I would be embarrassed about being it if I were, but I wasn't. So obviously the reception we got was different. I mean, in regard to the question of will we see as terrorists, but certainly, obviously, legally in those days, what we'd done was regarded and we were sentenced. So I was sentenced to 7 years in prison in Pretoria maximum security.
Just as an anecdote, since you raised that, I imagine anti-Semitic reference. Raymond Sutner, when he was detained in Durban, had to deal with a barrage of anti-Semitism. by his interrogators, who assumed that merely because he was Jewish, that explained why he was involved in these underground activities. So on your release in 1983, it appears from your statement that you re-engaged with the liberation struggle. Perhaps you can indicate briefly to the court what you were involved in and the role that you then played in building the new democratic South Africa.
Yes, sir. So I was released in 1983. I think it was Judge Dimont, who had sentenced me to 7 years and to David to 10 years, had said that judging from our statements from the dock, the sentences that he was giving us weren't going to change our views. And it was the one thing that I felt he was accurate about, with all due respect to the judiciary of the time. So indeed, when I was released, I was released to Cape Town, and this was the period of a few weeks later. In fact, the United Democratic Front was launched, and I quite quickly got engaged in that. I was not ready, actually, to be honest. I had joined an underground political organization, deep underground at that stage. Had never been to a mass meeting, had never heard Nkosi Sikeleli sung, had never seen ANC flags flown. But now, coming out in 1983, there was a generation of slightly younger people who were active in trade unions, active in women's organizations, active in civics, and so forth, coming out of the 76 momentum. And so they treated me as a veteran, which I wasn't, and sort of pushed me into positions. But anyway, I was the provincial political education officer for the United Democratic Front, and then also occupied some national positions in the United Democratic Front. I had to leave the country. I was on the wanted list during the 2 states of emergency, but managed to evade, this time, having learned my lessons from 76, managed to evade arrest and detention in the 2 states of emergency of the 1980s, but had to rapidly leave the country, skip the country in 1987. Spent time briefly in London, then in Lusaka, working for the ANC in Lusaka. I was one of the lucky early returnees after the banning of organizations. I participated in the CODESA multi-party discussions, which was a wonderful experience, an important experience. I became a member of Parliament in 1999, in the second term, and was a member of Parliament for 20 years. And the last 10 of those years, I served as a Deputy Minister. First Deputy Minister of Transport, and then later Public Works. And then I retired happily in 2019 at the end of that administration.
Thank you. Mr. Cradden, before we wrap up, is there anything you would like to add?
Yes, I'd like to, Your Honour, very briefly to say something about Imam Haron. So I had just become politicized really in late '68, and became aware of what had happened. Insofar as we knew what had happened, but we all assumed that it was a bit. And quite by accident, I was travelling through Athlone at the time and ran into the huge funeral procession, and that left a huge, mark on me. A sense of inspiration that there were. This is a time when resistance and aspirations of liberation are few and far between. And here was an outstanding example, not within my political tradition broadly, but sharing the same broad values. So that was an inspiring, obviously sad and tragic, but also an inspiring thing, which enabled me also through a much less difficult interrogation and 7 years in prison to feel that I was part of something big and large, as repressed and oppressed as it might be. So it's really been an honour to be able to come and make an input into this reopening of the inquest. To, I think, one of the heroes of our struggle for liberation, which is important to remember is diverse in its character. And I think that diversity is so and remains important in the current movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. No further questions?
Thank you, Council.
One other thing for Mr. Scott, please note.
Thank you. Let me just start on a point of interest. When you're talking about the French and the Algerians, in 2018, at the Judges' Conference in Algiers, I had occasion to visit the museum related to what happened around the 8th of May 1945. Are you aware of that museum?
Vaguely, I'm sure, Your Lordship, you are better informed than I am.
Yeah, I'm making this comment because I don't know whether the Judge President, when he assigned me this matter, was aware of that, but I can relate from what I had seen in respect of the torture that the Algiers underwent and recorded in the museum at the hands of the French. But coming back to this matter, was there at any time where you were physically dealt with by the security branch?
Your Honour, Your Lordship, no. There was a bit of pushing and shoving, but no, I was not physically assaulted.
Thank you. Any questions or any more questions by the court?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Counsel?
None, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Counsel?
My lord, I know just about 11. I suppose it might be an opportunity to
You propose that we start after the period. Thank you. Thank you. We resume when you're ready. The court adjourns.
Naman naman ang abang nila.
That is correct. Cool.
That's correct, my lord.
And if also just confirm when, if that you were medically unfit from the 30th of April 1997.
That is correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Could you perhaps then take us back and explain to the court when you started to work for the police service and where you were stationed?
Die laatbare ek het begin in Maitland November 1963. 1963.
My lord, I started working at Maitland in 1963.
Can you just take it in what?
Then you said November.
No, November.
Ja, November.
Can you proceed further, Mr. Berger, and just take the...
Or the key was kept or held in the office.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, Mr. Berger. There are two sets of keys.
That's correct.
Yes, my lord.
The one for the cell door was being held in church office.
That's correct.
And you had the one for the padlock.
That's
For the same cell.
for the same cells.
I see.
Om te sien wie kom, want nou is die oorsaak is gedoen, of sal ek maar sê die dood is daar. Wat soek ek daar?
My lord, I went back to patrol because of who arrived afterwards. I did not see because it was already the death is there. So what was I doing there?
Now, Mr. Berger, you are now laying the events on the last day of the Imam. Can I ask you how far back do you recall your encounters, or when, as early as when do you recall Mr. Haron being brought to Maitland?
Ek kan met alle oprechtheid sê dat die Imam het in die begin toch om ontmoet het, dit is so 'n week of wat terug. Ek was 14 dae daar, 14 days when I saw him.
my Lord. I can say when I think back, when I met or when I came across the Imam, I can say around about 14 days, my Lord.
Maar ons het zo'n beetje sport ook geseld, maar niks anders nie.
We also had conversation about sports, my Lord, because there was a rugby team that toured the country.
En maar daar het in die tyd, soos ek hom nou leer ken het, dan sien jy maar sê, man, sy gees is reg, jou postuur, jy is reg.
And a few encounters that I had with him, you could see that he's fine. The posture is, you can look at the posture as the witness just showed in court, my Lord.
Maar ek het opgelet
But I noticed
dat sy beweging, wat is, sy loper of sy oefen, wat ons sê sy oefen, wat hy nog gedoen het.
I noticed that his walk, or let me say, his exercise, my Lord.
En sy ek wil gemoedstemming, sy is asof hy moeg is, of oormoeg is.
You could see that he was tired or he was overtired, my Lord.
Maar ek vra nie, hy het net gesê hy is alright.
But I did not ask questions because he said that he's fine.
Relating to sy beweging.
Relating to his movement, my Lord.
Hy het net gesê hy is moeg en hy wil nou in die sel gaan. Dit is hoekom hy so vroeg sel toe is daar.
He said that he's tired and he wants to go to the cell. Hence he went a bit early to his cell.
Oké, dan moet ek nog afgaan.
Maar dat continue nou? Yes, sir.
En toe het die amper daarna hierdie hele gedoentes van die lijkskouwing, ek ben die lijk is weg en alles is dat er afgaande is.
After everything that was done with the body, my Lord,
was ek na, kom ons sê, 'n paar dae geroep na die veiligheidskantore in die Kaap.
then I was called to the security officers here in Cape Town.
Can you perhaps just be a little bit more specific where exactly where the office is situated and who had called someone to go?
Ja, ek het kolonel Pinaar.
Colonel
Ek dink hy was 'n kolonel.
I think he was a colonel.
En dit was in Caledon Square.
In Caledon Square.
Ek het so toe gegaan waar ek 'n verklaring moet afgelê het.
I went there whereby I gave a statement
As to die omstandighede van die dood van die imam.
surrounding the death of the Imam.
Maar nou, dit is pertinent, wil ek het doen vir u, dat toe die verklaring aflê,
I just want to mention the specific statement in my Lord, because when I gave the statement,
I was shown, ek het bewyslik gesien wat sy liggaam, sy postuur van sy liggaam, en hy het so hierdie plekkie waar die imam so pyn gehad het, net hier was so 'n rou plekkie, nie 'n rou nie, bruised of sal ek sê hierso, sy maag hierso.
my Lord, as I was giving a statement, I just want to mention this specifically, that I was shown a picture or shown something whereby where the Imam, the witness, refers to where it was blue, if I can say so, my Lord. It was a bruise there, where the Imam said that he had a pain.
You're showing to the left.
That's correct.
Yes. That's more or less where the rib and the stomach meets.
That's a snatch.
That's
And
correct, my
that
Lord.
this was a diagram that was showing to you? Was it a diagram that you are showing?
Ja, maar dat was nie met ander nie. Ek weet dit was voorgewys, maar die diagram wat hulle gewys het, was net van die plekkie. Daar was geen ander beserings nie, hoor.
Yes, it was a diagram that was shown to me, but it was only the specific part, my Lord, where the witness had indicated on the left-hand side.
And you were saying that this was Kenneth Pinar, was there anyone else with him?
Hier apart, ek kon nie, en toe hulle gehamer, toe was het gehamer, hy het by Maitland geval. Ek vraag toe, waar kry hy die beserings, dan vir die kolonel?
Because it persisted in saying that he fell at Maitland, my lord, because I asked the Mr. Pinar that where did he get hurt? And it was said Maitland, he fell in Maitland.
En die laatbare, ek wil het pertinent stel dat het was, hy nie geval in Maitland is een gelaatterapie wat jy opgaan na die celle toe. Het is 4 van hulle. En
my lord,
yeah.
My lord, I just want to mention that he did not fall at Maitland because it's just about a step, 4 steps, my lord, going to the south at Maitland.
En as hy indien hy gevallen, sal hy op sy knieën gevallen.
And
Jy trap en jy val, dan val jy vorentoe, dan val jy op jou knie.
And indeed, if he fell, my lord, going up the stairs, he was going to fall on his knee. As the witness also indicated, you go up and you fall forward on your knees, my lord.
Now, Mr. Baker, as far as you are aware, was any report or complaint related to yourself by the late Imam, whether he had fallen at any stage?
Hy het niks gesê nie, die achtbare, hy het niks gepraat nie, hy was by homself.
He did not say nothing at all, my lord. He didn't talk, he was by himself.
And you didn't ask any further as to why his later state was not very well according to yourself?
Die achtbare, ten tye van die vraag wat gevra word, ten gaande sy gestel, sy loperij en laat hy moeg gelyk het en dit. Van my was die vraag gevra nie. Niemand het van my gevra hoe gaan het fisies met hom nie. Nie in die voorlopige onderzoek wat die mortuary, wat kom jy daar hier? Like iemand so moet moeilijk te praat.
My lord, when I was being asked questions, or no questions were asked towards me, my lord, as how was he's walking around or how he walked, my lord, and even with the post-mortem, my lord, and how he was and in all of that was not asked when I was asked, my lord.
Wil het pertinent vir die hof stel in die lagbare dat die ten tye van die verklaring se aflê
I just want to mention that, my lord, when I gave my statement,
ook die voorlopige of die onderzoek van haar doodse onderzoek,
and also with the investigation of the death,
het die landros,
the magistrate,
het die aanklaer, het die prokureur wat aangestel was deur die familie, nie een het my gevra, wat was die geestelike, hoe het dit vir jou gelyk? Hoe die imam gelyk het hy moe gelyk of het hy gehardloop of hoe was hy? Niemand het vir my gevra.
Even when the investigation into the imam's death, my lord, the magistrate, the prosecutor, nor the lawyers of the imam or the family of the imam asked how he was, my lord. Was he running emotionally or his watching? None of that was asked me from the team.
Now, if Mr. Bella then asked you that question, were you able to notice how then he's otherwise, for just repeating this question again, his otherwise walking movements and appearance? Are you able just to capture that on the record once again?
He'll meditate. En ek bevestig wat ek gesê het nou so presies. Meditate, die imam se beweging, sy gemoedstoestand. Nou ek is nie 'n dokter of 'n psigiater nie, maar jy kan sien as jou vrou siek is of jou kind is siek, hulle lyk nie dieselfde nie. Die gesig is dieselfde, maar die gemoedstoestand is nie dieselfde nie. En dit het by my voorgekom dat hy is nie dieselfde, hy het nie dieselfde mense geestelik nie.
My lord, what I can say is that if your wife is sick or someone is sick, you'll be able to see. Yes, I'm not a doctor or a psychologist, but you can see that the face is still the same, but the person's appearance is not the same. You can see there's something wrong.
Could you notice his walking movements?
Stadig.
Slow.
Slow.
Now, Mr. Vega, can you just again explain your role, or to what extent did you have to open the cells? Were you presently at the office, at the cell guard, or at what occasions that you call for yourself to go have interactions with the Imam?
Hij moet, als ik nou die vraag recht verstaan, hij moet, 's ochtends moet hij hem opmaken om te oefenen.
My Lord, if I understand the prosecution's question properly, in the mornings he had to open so that he can go and exercise
Voor een half uur,
for half an hour.
voor een half uur moet hij wandelen. Maar die, als ik dat dan ook zo mag stellen met die toestemming van die advocaat, is dat die naweek, of zullen ze die dagen nader, na die zaterdag van zijn afsterven.
If I can say it, my Lord, with the permission of the attorney or the prosecution, days after his death,
No, before his death.
before his death,
Before his death. Hij het nie na die levendige beweging gedoen nie. Hy was net, toe soos 'n moe man. Ongeluk.
few days or days before his death, he was not the same person. His movements or how the way of doing things, it was not the same.
Now, Mr. Vega, can I ask you a question? Are you aware who brought the Imam to the station? Medical station?
Die medicatie.
No. Who would bring him to Maitland police station?
Oh, ongelukkig. Sorry. Maar ik heb nog nooit gezien wie voor hem brengt. Hij was weggevat. Als ik bijvoorbeeld, kom maar zeggen, ik werd 6 tot 2. If I work 6 to 2, dan was hij daar. Als het werd 2 tot 10, dan hoor ik hier zo bij 9 o'clock of 8 o'clock aan die aand, die Imam is nou weg, want ik was nou de sleutel, ik was nou wie gaan die sleutel krijgen, die volgende schopman, hè. Okay.
My Lord, I never saw who brought him. If I work by 6 to 2, I will be there. But then when I work 2 to 10, and then around about 8 to 9 o'clock, I'll hear that there's an Imam, because I have to hand over the key, or I have to know to whom I'm handing over the key to for the next shift.
Are you aware on what basis he was held in detention?
Je hebt hem een geld.
Ik aanpakken nooit wat hoor ik. Al wat ik gehoord heb, hij was bezig om geld in te zamelen om voor terrorist opleiden.
The only thing or what I heard, he was busy getting money for. Sorry, my Lord.
Was a political detainee?
Sorry, man, I just want to bring this across. The only thing that I know that he was busy getting money so that he can get training for terrorism.
And you think that's what you were informed, or how you got to know about that, Mr. Vega?
Nodding?
Yeah.
Yes, my Lord.
Now, Mr. Vega, are you, or would you know whether there was the inquest docket opened at the crime scene, that is Maitland police station?
Als ik dan moet zeggen die docket opgemaakt heeft, die charterverzaden, die sergeant Rarameijer, of wie, ik weet niet. Al wat ik weet, ik heb een statement gemaakt bij die veiligheidspolitie.
My Lord, to say who opened the docket at there, was it Rademeyer or what, but I don't know. The only thing that I had to go make or give a statement at the security services.
Have you been to the Kempton Square before the time when you were summoned after the death of the late Imam?
Was u voorheen geweest bij de Caliban straat waar u gegaan hebt om die verklaring te geven?
Nee, ik bleef weg van die mensen.
No, I stay away from those people.
Now, sorry, Mr. Vega. Now, Mr. Baker, we are here today and the court has had to summon you to once again having to put some of these matters once again in perspective and give this court a better understanding. Is there anything else that you would want to add as far as this matter is concerned in the presence?
As ek mag genoem, met die toestemming,
My Lord, if I may mention this with your permission,
deur die jare heen,
through the years,
loop ek met wat ek nou vandag sê.
I'm walking around with what I'm saying, you know, to the witnesses' emotion.
Ek is jammer vir die familie.
I'm sorry to the family.
Die imam het sy vrou verloor.
The Imam, the family.
Die jong man, die seun het sy moeder verloor.
The young man lost a parent.
Ek was by hulle.
I was at their house.
Ek was ook deur die seun hulle het 'n boek geskrywe, 'n boek.
I was also told by the son, there was a book that was written,
Ek het 'n kopie gekry van hulle.
of which I got a copy from the son.
Ek het 'n jong man ontmoet wat die grandchild van die imam.
I met a young man of which is the grandson of the Imam.
Hy het van Engeland af gekom.
He came from England.
Moenie my vra die jare nou nie.
Don't ask me.
Papa is al oud.
Don't ask me of the years now, my Lord, because I'm old now.
Hy het 'n ding met my geneem terwyl ek my ondervra.
Whilst he was questioning me or asking me questions, my Lord, the witness shows something was taken.
The camera.
A camera, my Lord. The witness is emotional, my Lord.
Yes.
You can have a glass of water, Mr.
Ek het 'n doppies ook. Ek het sommer net vir sy seun gaan wys, sy grandchild gaan wys waar hy opgesluit was in Caledon Square.
I went to show his grandchild, his grandson, where he was locked up in Caledon Square.
Omdat ek op pensioen was, ek mag nie ingegaan het nie, maar ek het hom gewys, jy gaan daai trappe op en toe het ek omgery by Caledon Square en sy moet daai trappe afgekom.
Because I was no longer in the force, my Lord, I could not go in, but I directed him to which stairs or which sides to go, and I drove around Caledon Square.
En ek het hom Maitland toegevat van hierdie trappies wat hulle nou van praat, waar hy seer gekry het. Ek het hom Maitland toegevat en gaan wys.
I took him to Maitland to these days where apparently he got injured, or he got injured, my Lord, in Maitland.
Ek myself moet respek gesê kon vir die jong man nie sê wat gebeur het nie. As gevolg van alles was mos nou stil gehou.
I could not tell the young man of what had happened, my Lord, because everything was kept quiet.
Ek het byvoorbeeld nie die hele postmortem verslag gesien nie. Ek was net daai papiertjie gewys op die blad waar hy nou hier so seer gekry het.
I didn't see the whole postmortem report, my Lord. I was only shown that paper of which the witness shows, my Lord, and directed as to the injury that was on the Imam.
Now, Mr. Baker, subsequent you proposed to state, and in that statement to the officer Colonel interview yourself, you mentioned in your statement that you were shown a post-mortem report by Colonel Peterson, and you make reference. Can you just place it on record?
Ek wil net vir u sê dat is soos die advokaat nou daar stel. En ek dank die Here dat dit gebeur het.
My Lord, just want to say, as correctly as being stated by the prosecutor, that that's how it happened, and I thank God that it happened.
Advokaat, Kolonel Peterson en ek het gesels
Colonel Peterson and I, we had a conversation.
En ek vertel hom toe van die beserings wat die imam gehad het,
I told him of the injuries that the Imam had,
wat ek gesien het.
what I
Die
saw.
hier. Die laatbare, nou gaan ek die kort, ek weet nie of vir julle skok nie of wat nie.
My Lord, I don't know whether I'm going to shock or what. The witness has a paper with diagrams, my Lord.
Die laatbare, die kole wat jy hier so sien,
My Lord, the marks that you see here,
dit het kolonel Peterson vir my gewys op die postmortem.
that was shown to be by Colonel Peterson on the post-mortem.
Dit, toe ek dit sien, die laatbare,
When I saw this, my Lord,
toe sê ek vir die kolonel, hierdie man was gemartel.
I said that this man was brutalized or assaulted heavily.
Thank you, Worship. Nothing further for the witness. Thank you. Counsel?
As it pleases. Yes, Mr. Berger, you're aware that I'm representing the Haron family in this matter. You're also aware that the Haron family have waited more than 53 years for this reopened inquest to take place, and that they have been waiting all these years for some truth and closure in this matter. Am I correct in saying that your appearance here today is to assist them in reaching the full truth and that closure? You have to speak into the record.
Ek moet vir u noem, ja, ou wat het praat en sê. Maar alles wat die Here sê is reg so.
Yes, my Lord, what the defense is saying, it's true, my Lord.
Now, given that you confirm that you are here ultimately to assist them in learning what happened to the beloved Imam, now looking back to those days in 1969, when you had several encounters with the Imam at Maitland Police Station, is there anything missing from your statement that you made to the security branch at that time? Any adjustments that you would now like to make?
Die laatbare, as 'n mens nou buite staan, sal ek maar nou buite soos die Here na daar noem, jy staan buite die polisie, buite die, kan ek vir u noem, dat ek het net gesê, wat ek waargeneem het.
My Lord, if I can say this statement as the defense is saying, and you have someone from the outside, I only stated what I know or what I saw.
Ek kon nie. Niemand het, soos ek sê, niemand het vir my gevra die manier van sy beweging en sy gemoedstoestand nie.
I'll repeat it once again, my Lord. Nobody asked me about his movement or his appearance, my Lord.
En laatbare, nou sal ek vir u sê, maar nou dan, laat ons nou dan maar praat en jou hart skoon maak. Het ek met die Imam, ek wil amper sê intiem die gesprek gevoel. Het hy selfs by die verwyk vir hom gevra by ondervraging, wat het jy vir Burger gesê? As die Imam met my gepraat het, sal hy selfs by die van my gesê, wat het die Imam vir jou gesê? Die beste wat jy kan doen, moet respect gesê tot die veiligheidspolisie. Jy moet ook, was net gewees, man van my.
My Lord, I can say, I will repeat again, my Lord, that if that was said back then, or it was said to that, what is it,
Speaker.
It was said to Speaker, my Lord, and the same thing was asked to me. And if you can look back, my Lord, and you look that back then, with all due respect to the security forces back then, everything was just quiet. We have to be silent about what we see.
Eerlijk aanbare, dit was 'n tydperk as 'n jong man in die Suid-Afrikaanse polisie. Dit was, ja.
It was at a stage whereby, as a young man in the police,
Was 'n terrorisme.
was a terrorist.
Dit was landmyne, dit was limpet mines. Dit was riots.
It was riots, it was limpet mines.
Ek was 'n soldaat in die polisie.
I was a soldier in the police.
En dit is om vuur wat ons noem vuur dood te slaan.
And whereby you have to diffuse a flames, my Lord, if I can state it that way.
Soos riots, optogte, deur die skole, deur die University of Cape Town, daar bo is hierso by die kerkie onder. Ooralste moet jy hardloop, is net doodslaan, tyres brand en alles. Jy het nie nog tyd vir nonsens, jy moet net gaan doen. Mense kry seer.
My Lord, if I can state it that way back, it was a whole lot of riots, strikes, students, everywhere, my Lord, tires being burned, and we have to go to all different places. People are getting hurt, my Lord.
En 'n mens kan ook dan nie. Van wie moet ek dit vertel het, van die imam? Niemand vra vir jou vrae nie. Het gaan goed. Die offisiere en die mense wat die selle besoek het, nie een van hulle het 'n entry gemaak, die imam kan nie loop nie, of die imam is hier.
My Lord, who was I supposed to tell about the imam? Even the people that were in charge or that did the entries there, no one wrote how or what was wrong or how it was going with the imam.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, and thank you for being frank with this court. But it does seem to me that you've painted a picture where the South African state at the time was under threat. In your words, as I understand it, it was almost like a revolutionary type situation.
It was at this level.
It was.
And that everybody within the state had to play their role in protecting the state from this revolutionary onslaught from the terrorists.
Die lagbare, so genoem, ja, ek was ook op die grens, aan Douda grens. So, dit is net plaaslik hier, ons het daar ook gaan, ek het daar ook gewees.
Yes, that's correct.
That the fight against the revolutionary onslaught was not just in Southwest Africa, which is today Namibia and in Angola, but was also within South Africa, here in Cape Town.
Door die binnekant. Ja, nee, dit is 'n feit, dit is 'n goeie. Dit is so.
Yes, it is a fact.
And you played your role, fighting not only on the border, but doing what you had to do here within South Africa to stop that threat.
Dit is helemaal reg, ek lagbare, maar ek het gevoel gehad.
Yes, it's totally correct, but I also had a feeling.
As ek nie gevoel gehad het nie, sal ek nie met die imam se familie kontak gemaak, of hulle met my nie.
And if
Sal ek nie sê so almal net. Sal ek hierdie van die kleinkind van hulle, met hom gepraat en gaan wys dit nie. As ek nie gevoel gehad.
My Lord, if I did not have feeling or emotions, I was not going to speak or show or meet the family of the imam, or even go and show the grandson where the grandfather was held now.
Now, along this line of doing what you have to do to protect the state from the threats at that time, you mentioned just a few minutes ago in your evidence that one of the things you had to do, you said you had to be silent. What did you mean by that?
Okay, dit is baie maklik om dit te beantwoord met dinge. Jy beantwoord dit wat vir jou gegee is.
It's very easy to answer that question, my Lord. You just answer or say what you've been given or being asked.
And you go no further than that. You keep it as short as possible.
Laat met respect gesê door die Here. You have to be there to experience what I'm just saying.
Thank you, Mr. Berger, but we are trying to allow you to explain to this court and indeed the family and the wider public what it was like to be there. Now, you also
Ek sê vir u sê, ek waardeer wat u sê en ek verstaan ook, maar het is moeilik om te beantwoord. Het is moeilik om te beantwoord omdat ek nie direk met die situasie betrokke gewees het ten opsigte van om die iemand so te laat lyk nie. Die iemand was 'n man wat ek gevra het hoe gaan dit en allerlei dinge.
My Lord, I appreciate and understand what you're saying, but I was not directly involved as the witness shows that for the Imam to be proposed.
So, Mr. Berger, a few minutes previously, when you were trying to explain the predicament that you were in, you mentioned that not a single person made an entry, whether into the occurrence book or some other register, that the Imam could not walk. What do you mean by that?
It's not die did not walk. Die Imam het net slakkies gewees. Hy het nie in die ronde geloop soos hy normaal loop met die lagbare.
Let me say, that's not to say that he did not walk, but he did not walk normally as he used to.
Flink loop. Gewoon. Hy het net slakkies begin loop.
He just walks
Dit is sy houding, sy hele houding. Net sy bene nie, sy hele houding was net.
His whole appearance, his posture, he was not the same.
So, are you really saying that nobody made an entry describing that disability, if I can use that word, or the inability to walk properly, and that included you? You also didn't make such an entry.
My Lord, perhaps with that kind of respect, may I just maybe want to clarify? I think I understood Mr. Berger to have said that he had recorded in the pocket books, it was recorded in the occurrence books, and that he had done so. So if that my colleague is going to put something, can it reflect that that's how he actually responded? Because my understanding is that my friend is putting it as though Mr. Berger had said at no stage did he make those recordings on the occurrence book, which is actually incorrect. He had stated that he had done so. So I just wanted at least to put that on record, see if I understood it correctly, my Lord.
With respect, my Lord, my learned friend hasn't picked up the actual question. The question was not related to what Mr. Berger had recorded in the pocket books and occurrence books. It relates to what he said in his earlier evidence under cross-examination, that because of the predicament they faced, because of the pressures, and I wrote it down, nobody made an entry that the deceased couldn't walk. And so I asked him to explain what he meant by that. And he qualified it to say, well, he was walking, but not walking terribly well. And I simply wanted to inquire whether nobody made that entry, including himself. The fact that he made entries is not a dispute. It's the question whether he made an entry as to the ability of the deceased to walk.
Ek sal vir hier beantwoord die agbare met respect. Dit gaan mos nou, hier's ek by die charter, as ek sê die imam loop nie so lekker nie. Hy sê hy hang koffie, poen koffie, nee, hy loop normaal, maar hy loop nie vir my slakkies. Dis amper soos ek nou loop, my knie is klaar, nou moet ek so loop. Verstaan? En dit is wat gebeur het, maar alles wat ek gesien het, waargeneem het ek charterus toe gegaan en gaan sê, die imam lyk nie vir my goed nie. Okay.
My Lord, I will answer that question, my Lord. What I said is that the Imam, my Lord, he was walking, but he was not walking normally. Like myself now, I have a knee or leg problem, my Lord. So I don't walk like I walked before. And I went and I reported that to say that this is the problem or this is the issue with the Imam money.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. But to get back to your earlier evidence, that nobody wanted to make a written entry to that effect. Is that correct?
Nee, ek weet die punt. Die afbare die ding is, of die mense dit gemaak het en charge was, jy gaan vraag ons net rabbi, jy is die soldaat, jy rapporteer het aan jou, aan die heer, of het hy nou daar gewees het, of aan u, dit is weer in hulle sit in die boek, die occurrence book, and that must be noted. And on that basis, and that book get inspected, not by me, by the seniors of the station. Get occurrence book is being get inspected, and surely one of them must pick it up that the man is not sluggish or did they just ignore? I don't know, because my job is to get a key, exercise, go and do your work outside.
So, Mr. Berger, to be crystal clear, are you saying that there might have been entries that the man couldn't walk properly, but you're not sure? Or are you certain that such entries were not made into the occurrence book or any other document?
With respect to die heer Huiskanaan, hy ken sy storie. Maar wil net weer sê, ek gaan nie kyk nie, of hy het gemaakt het of nie. Dit is nie my job, there is the officer, the station commander and the visiting officer, they scrutinize, hulle gaan die occurrence book, soos hulle kom, hulle gaan daar weer. Hulle moet het optel. Ek gaan staan nie by die heer van die poliestasie nie, ek het die tyd daarvoor, ek moet klapsers by hoor. As een maandjie, 2 mense en ons moet klapsers by hoor.
My Lord, I will say that the defense knows the story or he knows what he's talking about. But with all due respect, my Lord, I will report or I will say it, but I won't stand there over the shoulder to note or to look that it's been written down or stand at the police station door because I had to go do patrols and also had to then attend to complaints.
But with respect, Mr. Berger, why did you then say that nobody made such an entry?
Nobody made an entry as to?
As to him not walking properly.
Why didn't I make a entry?
No. Earlier in the evidence, you said that because of the predicament that you and your colleagues were facing, nobody made an entry to the fact that the Imam wasn't walking properly.
Dat het seker maar met die onderzoek uitgekom, maar ek het ook maar so oor, ek kan maar luister, want dit was genoeg. Maar niemand het afgeskryf nie, ek kan nie antwoord van as ek gerapporteer het aan my senior, en hy doen niks aan trend nie, dan is dit mos nou nie my skuld as daar nou niemand iets gedoen het nie.
My Lord, that probably came out as the investigation was continuing, my Lord, and I also had an ear to listen, my Lord, and I reported, so if it was not written down, it's not my fault because I reported to my superior.
Okay, so you verbally reported the condition of the Imam, but you don't know what they might have said in the entries.
That is net soos die heer sê.
And in your
That's
own...
correctly as you stated, sir.
Right. And in your own pocketbook, did you make such entries?
Die laatbare, laat het sommer nou hierdie spel, dat het stief nou correct maak.
Let me just correct this right now, my Lord.
My pocketbook, sy vol is, dan word het ingehandig.
My pocketbook, when it's full, is handed in.
And then you get a new book. The occurrence book, as dit volgeskryf is, word het ook ingehandig, alles gaan archief toe daar op jou stasie.
And the occurrence book, when it's full, is handed in and it goes to the archives there at the station.
Waar kry jy 'n nuwe occurrence book?
Where you get a new occurrence book.
Dit was my eerste vraag, edelaarbare, as ek nou met die toestemming van die advokaat hierso. Dit was my eerste vraag wat ek vir kolonel Peterson gevra het.
It was my first question, or the first thing I asked when I asked Colonel Peterson for the permission of the state.
Maar die Here my nou gevra het nou van die teken en daarna en allerlei goedjies.
What the attorney is asking me now about the signing and all those things.
Toe kolonel Peterson my verklaring kon vat, het ek vir hom dieselfde vraag gevra. Wat het van die pocketboek geword? Wat het van die occurrence boek geword, die voorvalle boek geword?
That's what I asked Colonel Peterson when he came and took my statement. I asked him where's the occurrence book and where's the pocketbook.
Verder as dit kan ek nie vir u rapporteer nie, afbare of verheer nie. Colonel Peterson het daai dinge opgevolg. Ek is mos nie nou meer in die polisie nie.
Other than that, I can't say anything, my lord. Mr. Peterson is the one that can say, because I'm no longer in the police.
Yes, we understand that those documents cannot be recovered, they might have been destroyed. My question though wasn't whether you were in possession of those documents, but whether you recall making such entries in relation to the Imam's condition.
In my pocketbook was het gedoen, dat correlate met die voorvallenboek. Daar het wat ingestem. As ek in die sergeant sê, man kan nie loop op wat nie, dan moet hy dit maar so skryf. My job het ek gedoen, my kant.
I wrote in my pocketbook, my lord, and the pocketbook and the occurrence book were saying the same thing, and I did the part of my job. I did, and when they say son, it correlates, it goes to it agrees with each other. I did the part of my job.
Yes. Mr. Burger, may I ask you to answer the question directly?
Kan ek net clarity kry, net duidelikheid daarvoor. Wanneer jy as 'n section, as jy in buitewerk doen, in 'n section is op seksies werk, soos aflossingswerk, 3 tot 10, dan handig jy ek my hele span is, maar net 2 van ons wat daar saak, dan handig ek die wense sleutels oor en die charter sergeant, en ek handig ook oor my sakboeke oor aan die charter sergeant. Van die sakboeke moet nagesien word deur die sergeant.
My lord, if I can mention that because we were working shifts, and then everything, when we were done with our shift, we had to hand over the keys of the van and everything, and we were working in teams. It was only the 2 of us, and our pocketbook is handed over, and the sergeant has to go through it and inspect it.
Mr. Berger, please, may I ask you, answer the question directly. The question is, do you recall, I know it's a long time ago, if you can't recall, simply say so, but do you recall making entries dealing with the Imam's condition, such as his struggle to walk?
Ek sal het sê, ek het gemaakt, ek het het nou so flissies ook gesê, ek het gemaakt, maar wat daarna gebeur het, kan ek nie antwoord. Dit gaan nou oor my aantekening, wat wel gemaakt was, wat daarna gebeur het, of het gedoen was, kan ek was nou nie voor antwoord.
My lord, I can say is that what I said just a few minutes ago, that I made the entry and I did my part, I handed in. Or what happened afterwards, I can't answer, I don't know, but I did the part that I had to do.
Thank you. I see you.
Perhaps maybe unless we're not on the same page, but I think I'm understanding the witness. In fact, from when I led the witness, he already then mentioned that twice he made such recordings to the book. True now, my colleagues asking as well. Equally, I can count, that is also answer that question directly, that he had made those recordings 3 times, my lord. Perhaps I'm not sure if my colleague would appreciate the achievement for the benefit of hindsight, but I can have recalled that at least now it's been 5 times on record that he's actually made that point, that he himself actually made recordings in as far as the condition of the Imam.
It's only in his last few words that he has apparently conceded that he made entries in relation to the condition, the health, the state of health of the deceased. Prior to that, he was simply testifying to the effect that he no longer was able to find his pocketbooks, which of course was never in dispute.
Thank you. You're welcome to proceed with further questions.
Yes. All right. So, from what I'm hearing you saying, Mr. Berger, you in fact did make entries in relation to the state of the deceased. In your evidence in chief, you were asked, did you ever go down to Caledon Police Station prior to the taking of your statement by the security branch?
Maar ek het dit wel uitleg te doen nie. Ek het op buiten. Ek is getroud dat bly in Woodstock.
My Lord, I had nothing to do with that place. I was in Maitland, I was married, and I stayed in Woodstock.
And Mr. Berger, in response to that question, you said, I stay away from those people. What did you mean by that?
Maar as jy nou, jy sê, ek weet nou die heer wat nou vir my sekretariek vra. Maar ek het in die polisie gekom, as 'n paar dinge wat jy nie oor praat nie. En een van hulle is, jy praat nie of jy ben nie in niemand van die veiligheidspolisie. Dat was 'n taboe storie. Miskien as daar mense wat die voorreg gehad het om met hulle intiem te meng of whatever, ek het by my instruksies gebly, hulle doen hulle werk, en ek net my werk doen buite vir die publiek.
My Lord, I understand the question of maybe the defense being tricky, but as I said that, what happened is that I followed instructions, following instructions that maybe there are other people that had the privilege of being mixing or being amongst those. I just followed instruction, I did my work and been dealing with the public outside.
Because I got the impression from that statement that you didn't really want to associate with people in the security branch.
Maar ek het respect gesê tot die Here associate. Ek associate met my neefs en niggies en mense met wie ek werk intiem werk. Op Boederdorf uit die vloeispan, hy het in die distrik gewoon, hy was my buddy, ons het saam gewerk buite. Maar amongst things, but I mean, I didn't see anything that I must mix up with them. Ek ben with the security police, this was offside. Ek ben busy with criminal activities, not with politics.
Mr. Berger, what was the dynamic between the security branch and the uniform branch? So you were in the uniform branch. In terms perhaps of the hierarchy, was the security branch seen as a more elite unit within the South African police at that time?
Met respect gesê weer eens, dis 'n feitiese koei. Dit is die houding wat ek opgetel het. Miskien is hier mense wat hier sit wat intiem met die veiligheidspolisie gewerk het. I don't know. But as I am concerned, julle is daar, ek is hier, ek handel net op instructies.
My Lord, it is clear as daylight, my Lord, because I did what I have to do. I worked on my side. Maybe there are people that are sitting here that worked with the security forces then, but for me, I stayed away, did nothing.
Yes, you've testified to that effect, and we've heard you loudly and clearly. But the question was, did you, as a young constable in the South African police, the uniform branch at that time, did you view the security branch as an elite unit within the SAP that was seen as in the hierarchy as superior to that of the normal uniform branch?
It's a tricky question. Ek is 'n arme se kind. Ek ken nie van hiërargie en daai goed te sien. Ek het met 'n pak en 'n graaf groot word in 'n businessvloer. I didn't mix because the people doesn't speak my language. Wat moet ek gaan praat? Wat het julle opgesluit vir dag of die dag? Ek is crime. I was crime. Robbery, murder, housebreaking. Right? That is, if you work outside in the aflossings, you know, when you work your shifts, that is a crime I'm to do with. I'd rather speak to the public and find out where I can help them as to, soos die Heer sê, die hiërarchie or whatever it is. I don't got time for that. They are there to do their job, and of course, there's no need for me to mix with them. With respect.
My Lord, with all due respect, with what is being said, my Lord, with the hierarchy of what the defense have mentioned, I had nothing to do with that. I'm a poor man's child. I did all the labor work. I was outside doing cases, complaints, murder, robbery, rape, and helping people out there. I was more on the crime side. What the special branch of the branch securities did, they did their job. I was not part of that.
So, Mr. Berger, let's talk about the role of the security branch in relation to political detainees held at Maitland. Is it true that uniform branch members like yourself were obliged to follow their orders? Whatever they required, you would have to comply with?
We know who require, who's requiring your
I think this statement is the security branch. The security branch.
Yes.
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 The question is, you had to follow what they were saying or wanted you to do as part of the Maitland Police Station uniform branch.
In Abara, die security dan nooit met mij gepraat of in en Stephanie Kim was daar. Daar is nog zo'n lang blanke oom geweest dat ook aangehouden is daar zo. Ik heb niks met hulle te doen nie. Hulle was weg, ik had hulle net gezien zo en toen ze weggevat. Maar wanneer het hier zou komen bij die security is toen verdoeld, nee. Hoe die hebben nou iets mooi verduidelijk net voor mij, ik die onderstand het zal toch wat.
Basically what he is seeking to understand from you is the nature of the interaction between the security branch and yourself.
Oh yes, okay, I got you. Nee, alles wordt door jouw charge of sergeant of door jouw station commander gewerkt. Ik heb niet met hulle gepraat. Never niet. Ik krijg mijn instructies, ik praat met hulle, ik geef mijn opinie of wat ook al is, maar
My lord, the security branch never said anything to me or spoken to me, my lord. Mr. Kemp and the tall white guy was there before, but we'll just see them briefly and they'll be away. And then the witness asked for the question to be repeated, my lord. We just had to follow orders or what was said by them.
So if I understand your answer correctly, whatever the security branch wanted, they spoke through the sergeant in charge and or the station commissioner, not with you directly.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct, my lord. Everything was ran through by our commander.
You're welcome.
Men maakt mijn stemmen ook blij, maar hij maakt mijn tijden pad nou.
Okay, Mr. Berger, in the late 1960s, were you not aware of the reputation of the security branch as an elite, even a feared unit within the South African police?
Oh, some deep. I can't answer that, sir. Because remember, honestly, Caliban Square, we at Maitland. Maitland is how many kilometers from them? They only come to the station in relation to with the Imam. It's the only time in the year they're around.
That's deep, my lord, because it's how many kilometers is it from Caledon to Maitland? They only came there when it was in connection or regarding the Imam.
My lord, just a small housekeeping matter. When the witness answers in English, I think there's no need for interpretation, unless your lordship requires it.
Yes, just allow portions where you spoke in Afrikaans. I think that's what they keep.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But certainly, if you're comfortable in English, you're free to answer in English as well. So you're saying you have complete ignorance over the standing and the status of the security branch within the SAP at that time? Is that what you're telling this court, Mr. Berger?
I can say with the utmost of respect to all the people sitting here. No, nothing to do with them. You don't to be about it. I don't mix with them. Only time when not even mix with them is in relation to the Imam's unfortunate death, and when I was called in to make a statement. That's all. No others. I don't talk to. I'm sorry. It's dangerous.
Mr. Berger, again, that wasn't my question to you.
Oh, sorry.
The question wasn't what you had to do with them. The question was your knowledge of their reputation as a feared elite unit within the SAP.
I don't want to lie to the court. I want to lie to the gentleman. I never saw that. I never saw that. And what? I don't even think ill of anybody, because it's not for me to say until I got proof. Elite and fierce things. No. So then you must have on different stations, on station level also feared people, because we were combating crime.
Mr. Berger, I have to put it to you,
Yes.
that during the late 1960s, it was common knowledge of the role of the security branch. It was common knowledge that the security branch was there to deal with the political situation at the time. And it was common knowledge, and we will be submitting, this court can take judicial notice of it, that branch of the SAP was feared because of all the allegations that have been made against them, in particular in relation to their treatment of detainees in political detention. Now I must put it to you that your answers are coming across as evasive.
I admit to you, my lord, that it's evasive, because I get to know the emotion of the notion, whatever it nou in Engels is, dat die Heer woord aan my mond wil hê. Nou, ek wil nie kom my woord aan my mond lê nie. As ek dan nie so gedink het nie, dan het ek nie so gedink nie. Hoekom moet ek nog geforceer word om te sê, hulle is fees? Miskien was hulle, ek weet nie. Maar ek kan my net bepaal by die imam. En vir my was dit definitief, moet ek sê fees? Die laatbare moet respect sê, ek het jammer, ek belas ek nou. Maar dit is vir my beskryf dat altyd so gewys het met aanhoudenis, maar met hierdie geval is dit vir my 'n marteling gewys. Jy kan mos nie val in 'n trap by die afbare, dit is nou logika, voor, agter, links, agter, so. En dan kan ek vir nog 'n ding noem, met respect tot u, is dat die postmortem verslae wat ek gesien het, daarna was vaal en onduidelik geneem. Jy kan nie eens uitmaak waar die besierings plaasgevind het. Die kolonel het so my kom sê. En hoeveel jaar was dit?
Kan jy nie maar. My lord, with all due respect, I can't just the defense to put words in my mouth to say that the people or the security forces were feared or not. They were feared, my lord. Because if the witness, when you look at this, my lord, maybe they were or they're not, but I can't answer to that. But when you look at this, or when this was shown to me by the Colonel Peterson, or when they were shown to me, I could clearly see this person was brutally or attacked in a very vicious way, my lord. And a person can't fall and get these sorts of injuries or get injured like this, my lord.
Are you seriously saying to this court, Mr. Berger, when you were shown that the depictions of the injuries on the deceased in September?
Sorry, my lord, I just omitted something. And the others that were shown to me before this, they were very blurry, they were not clear.
So, Mr. Berger, is it your serious testimony before this court that is the first time you picked up on the fact that detainees were being abused in security detention by the security branch? And you were only shown that picture, correct me if I'm wrong, in September of 2020. You have to say yes.
But gewys wat is blurry, die goed was nie pertinent. Laat ek nou vir u sê, met respect gesê, door die heer, Kolonel Peterson, dis enigste man wat eerlik met my gewees het. Die ander dele van die fotostate wat daar is blurry, you can't even make out dof, black and white, dof, jy kan nie uitmaak wat er besering is. Like allemaal so schema.
My lord, Colonel Peterson can come and testify to that. He was the only person that was honest with me or came out with me, my lord, when he showed me this. And the other things, or the post-mortem pictures, or what I was shown, they were very blurry, they were unclear, my lord.
So are you seriously suggesting, Mr. Berger, that it was only in September of 2020, when you were shown those diagrams, that you finally learnt that the security branch abused detainees in security detention?
I know it's the gentleman is good at his job, but all I want to say to you, sir, he mentioned now the detainees. I can't speak about detainees. He as Imam, and Imam was Subhan.
Mr. Berger,
I think what kind of political prisoners?
Yes.
I
Yes,
see.
Your Honor. Yes. I mean, with respect, if I can elaborate to you, my Lord, is that when you, for normal offences, you're not allowed to do certain things and attack and kill and all this kind of thing. And I thought what was good for the goose, good for the gander, whatever I don't say. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't know that a person get dealt with like this. I mean, that is to me as a detainee, is a person who must give information. If you good in your questioning, then you question it, and the question bring here, bring that, and that is how things come out. But not like this.
You're welcome to proceed, Counsel.
as the court pleases. So, Mr. Berger, I just have to admit to you that I find it very difficult to believe that only in September 2020 did it dawn on you that serious allegations have been made against the security branch of torture and abuse in security detention. And I put the following to you as well. You joined the police in 1963. You retired in 1997, and during all that period, through the 60s, through the 70s, through the 80s, and through the 90s, it was only in September 2020 that you heard for the first time of this kind of abuse by the security branch in security detention. And I put it to you that that evidence is false.
It's false.
It's false.
Well, you're correct. Your Honor, with respect, I don't follow the many, but what I relate to the question is that I'm the guilty person as to what has occurred. No, I'm not a guilty person. The people who did this, I wouldn't have mixed with. Your Honor, can I broaden the question here for this gentleman, or for the court, for the people at large? My issue with people in the Cape Flats, where I come from, the Khoi or black or pink or whatever you call it, was wholesale to everybody. My children went to mixed schools. We attended and go all over the Cape Flats, even in our party years. We were there in Mitchell's playing Grassy Park, you name it what. We still correspond and get together. But the fact of the matter is, my son went to Maris Brothers, a gentleman who testified earlier. He was also at Maris Brothers, of St. Joseph's College, whatever they call it. So if you want to make out now that I don't know, I'd rather, ek bepaal my lewe sommer dinge wat belangrik is in my lewe. Wat belangrik is in my lewe is toe die Imam dood is, het ek jammer gevoel. Ek het met my vrou het ek gebieg om te sê ek kan dit nie verstaan. My wife. Clear out. But I can talk. I had to talk to somebody. I spoke to my wife. Still late. And this is the only opportunity that Sergeant Colonel Peterson brought me to open up. Even at the time when I met his grandson, when I met with the Imam's son, and then I went into their house, and I ate lekker cookies Fact of the matter is, I can't open up and tell them that. Because what proof do I have? What proof did I have like this? I only afterwards, I saw the post-mortem dockets or what documents where there's a blur. It's not even properly, it's not the original. It's blurred. I spoke to Colonel Peterson. I said, Colonel Mano, how come I didn't see this on the promotion? I said, that was a trick at the time when they make photos, their copies. No, I can't be blamed for things like that. I can't be persecuted or prosecuted because on this specific point, I can't see the purpose of it. The purpose is, I'm honest with you, the call today. And that goes. I thank you, sir.
Mr. Berger, have you heard of people other than the Imam Haron dying in security detention while in the custody of the security branch? During your career in the police, 60s, 70s and 80s?
Your Honor, of course I heard. I read papers, I read the Berger, the Cape Times. I know. And I understand what the question is. I have to now commit and submit that is. I heard this morning a gentleman spoke, if I might mention a name, speaker name here, but I can't go and be blasphemous, praat and say, ja nee, hulle is so. That is not the name, that is not the way. I was always told you must go according to your what you got and proof on paper, because there's things like civil cases and matters like that can come, but at least now if there's a civil case, this is what has been said and that is what has happened. It's not sucked out of my thumb. I can only relate to the court what I saw on paper about this, the post-mortem copy I saw, but blurred us and not even properly showing what happened. He's my savior, this Colonel Peterson. Because I walked with this and I spoke to my better half and children, I can't say this, I never indulge in them unless I just say that the Imam wasn't treated well. I never indulge or what was the matter. Because that's for them to know, it's just to get it off my thoughts. It worried me. And that is why I say he's my savior, this guy. Because here's a man who will stick by me and show me, listen, young, that is what toe gelijk. En Jan het hom gesê, die man is gemaakt.
Mr. Berger, you testified in the 1970 inquest. Now I must put it to you that the offence of perjury, do you know what the offence of perjury is?
Yes, sir.
That any perjury committed during that inquest back in 1970, that no criminal charges can arise from any perjury that may have been committed at that time, and that's because that particular offence has prescribed under the Criminal Procedure Act. It's only serious offences like murder and kidnapping that don't prescribe. But perjury prescribed up to 20 years, so there's no risk in your case of being prosecuted for perjury before the 1970 inquest. But I must point out,
sir, then it must come to that. But this is a blatant threat, an underhand threat as far as I'm concerned.
with respect, Mr. Berger, it's not a threat. I'm simply pointing out to you that as a police officer, you would be aware that you have a right against self-incrimination, and should you feel that an answer may incriminate yourself, you have a right not to answer that question.
I agree, sir, but then again, with respect again, why was I now needled and pushed numbered in a corner by the defense or by the rep of the team van die familie. They are pushing me now in a corner to say this and that. I can only say what I know. Who I mixed with, who I did that with, has got nothing to do with me at the time. Here I am for the only time when I can open up and speak to the court or to the family through the court.
Well, I see at 1 p.m. Is this an appropriate time for the lunch adjournment?
Thank you. We proceed after the lunch.
All right.
Pharisees.
Thank you.
As the court pleases. Mr. Berger, we've taken a look at your personal file, and it reflects that you had quite an illustrious career with the police, and that you were awarded various medals and stars. I just want to remind you what those medals and stars were. My Lord, I'm actually looking at extracts from the personal file of Mr. Berger, police file, that's Annex DDP 24, page 1247 of the record. So Mr. Berger, at the time of your retirement on the 25th of January 1997, you had received the following awards or commendations: the SAP Medal for Loyal Service, the SAP Star for Loyal Service, the SAP Star for Merit, the SAP Medal for the Combating of Terrorism, and the SAP 75-year Commemoration Medal. And I'm thinking of the awards for loyal service, and in particular for combating of terrorism. And as you mentioned in your evidence a little earlier today, you played your role in defending the state from the terrorist onslaught, as it was described in those days. Would I also be correct in saying that you were a supporter of your employer, the South African Police, and you were willing to defend the reputation of the South African Police at that time?
Your Honor, that is, if I may, I can't say yes or no, because I wasn't a supporter of the South African Police as far as the combatants of crime and things like that in general. But political, although I had to go fight on the border, was not to say that I was a supporter of the party who was in charge. And that is a difference. And I'm not ashamed to say which party I went or I supported, but that is not the issue. The issue is here, I didn't stand for specifically on ground level for the mixing of people, because I was called by a colleague when at birth. So,
Mr. Berger, you were aware that the late Imam Haron had been arrested in terms of Section 6 of the Terrorism Act. And as you would have known, the Terrorism Act was there to counter acts of terrorism against the Republic at that time, also.
Your Honor, I was really now, I didn't know, because to us it was 90 days or 80 days or 180 days. There's so many other people who was maintained, is that her name? Detained. Thank you. Daar is so baie mense van dat op een fout is, en ek het nie gehoor oor wat klagte nie. It's either 90 days of them, because if you're 90 days, if you come to a police station for 90 days, you have to be looked after or taken away or whatever the case may be. But the description is terrorist. Yes, I agree with that description, but it's not to say it was like that.
So did you think at the time, given that the deceased had been arrested in terms of, let's forget the Terrorism Act at the time, maybe you weren't aware of the particular law, but in terms of security measures dealing with threats to the Republic, do not believe that the late Imam Haron was perhaps a terrorist, perhaps engaged in subversive activities.
Your Honor, what you say now to my head is not suitable for the court, but not ordinarily. I never thought of it. Imam to me is a predicant. I admire him. I serve all peoples, immaterial. I never question. The only thing I heard was he received, he accumulated money to send people to be trained. Now you can be trained in anything, not to say out of the country. The only people who really know what has happened is that same Inspector Haron you're talking about. I can't tell you. I'm honest with you. But if you talk me about murder and theft and things like that, what has occurred, then I can speak to that. This is what I was trained for. To make a living, to support our wife and kids, to be a policeman, om hulle te beskerm.
To protect them.
Mr. Berger, in evidence this morning, and I'm sure my colleagues will correct me if I didn't hear correctly, but you mentioned that you were aware that he had been accused or suspected of receiving money from abroad in order to sponsor training for terrorism. So it does seem that you were aware that he was somehow, at least in the eyes of the security branch, connected to terrorism, even for simply sponsoring their training.
Yeah, Your Honor, I can't recall saying it in networks. If we can, it was probably convert or placing back. I can't recall saying that.
That's what I have you.
I'm not denying you, sir, with respect to the court. I think I said, I happened to hear, you must give me time here. I think what I said was, I heard that he accumulated money for people to be sent for training or something like that. I think that is what I said. But I never mentioned terrorism.
Well, we can certainly check that, but in my notes, that is what I recorded you saying. And as the court pleases. So in that regard, since His Lordship also remembers you saying it, I want to put it to you that at the time you actually did regard the deceased as a potential subversive or a potential terrorist.
Your Honor, I understand my standing in the witness box means nothing. I only got your protection. But I dislike to be say what the gentleman just said, what my thinking was. I never thought anything bad of the Imam. Never. What other people thought is their business, but not I.
Mr. Berger, to be clear, my job is to occasionally put things to you, and of course you're free to dispute and deny them out of hand.
Thank you, sir.
It's ultimately for His Lordship to decide on the balance who's correct and who's not. If we can turn to the time of the making of your statement. You testified this morning, and this is your statement for purposes of the first inquest. You testified this morning that you had to go down to Caledon Police Station to be interviewed by Colonel Pina, who at that point was the officer commanding of the security branch in Cape Town. Before the statement was taken, did you have a discussion with Colonel Pina?
No, sir. If I understand now the way it was done, and I said that was no venom and no for instance, I had geloop. You know, whatever's written there was written. Was it so? Was it so? Was it so? That is how it happens. Did he do this? Did he do this? All it is written there. You read it and you sign.
So it was Colonel Pienaar who was in fact writing out your statement?
He was writing out my statements.
And just remind me, was there anybody else present in his office?
Man alone, sir. Man alone. Me alone. Two of us.
Did it not strike you somewhat curious that it was Colonel Pienaar, the security branch, taking your statement and not a member of the detective branch?
Sir, Your Honor, sorry. Curious indeed. But who am I to ask questions? And that's a fact.
So, Mr. Berger, we're certainly not insinuating that you should have refused to cooperate with Colonel Pienaar, given the situation at the time and given his superior rank. But from what I hear you saying, do I hear correctly that you did find it curious that it was the security branch and not the normal detective branch dealing with this matter?
Yeah, I do not know, Your Honor, why, and how, and what. All I know is I was there, I was sitting in front of him, and he was writing, and we were alone, two of us. Nobody was there. There was people in the building around us, officers. But while we were communicating with the state, it's only the two of us.
But given the role of the security branch, which is to protect the country from political threats, not to investigate individual deaths and potential crimes relating to, for example, deaths in custody, did you not gain some kind of impression as to what was going on? Let me be blunt. Yeah. Did you not think that perhaps the security branch wanted to take special care of this investigation?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, all of them are dead. I can't answer you that question. I was there to give a statement to the effect what I saw, what I noticed, handed it in here in the court. Nothing else. I can't take the burden of other people who's deceased, who's not here anymore. I can't take it. I can't take that burden. I'm sorry.
And we're certainly not asking you to take that burden. I'm only asking you to answer the question directly. Let me put it another way. You were in the police force for some 35 years. You retired with the rank of captain. So by the end of it, you were a pretty experienced police officer. So now I'm asking you to look back as an experienced police officer who retired with the rank of captain. Looking back, was it not odd that the security branch was investigating that particular crime and not the uniform branch?
No, sir. It's, sorry, Your Honor. If you got something in uniform, for instance, then a uniform will investigate it. If something is wrong with detectives of your station or something, that the chief of the detective who's in charge of that branch will do. And the same thing with any other branch. We didn't check, investigated the murder, robberies problems, or the security problems. They got their own. Therefore you got a district commandant, you got a divisional commandant. Those are the people who must converse on that, let me see, your investigation. unless somebody is specifically appointed to investigate that case. Then, but this, what the gentleman just asked you, this is what I live or find when the Colonel Pina, I think he's a Colonel Pina, yes, he was investigating me.
Yes, you're certainly not disputing that you were called into Colonel Pina's office and that he took your statement and that you had no say in the matter. That we understand. But typically, am I not correct in saying that when there is a death in custody, normally speaking, an investigating officer from the detective branch would be appointed, he would open up an investigating docket, and he would be appointed to investigate, or she. And typically the investigating officer from the detective branch would take your statement.
I get it now. Ek verstaan ook beter vir die dit is ja, dit is nogal so dat die speurtak van die Maitland het dit nie ondersoek nie.
I understand or get the question better now. Yes, it is so that the detective or the detective branch at Maitland did not investigate it.
And looking back now, do you not find it now as we stand here today as curious and unusual?
Your Honor, honestly, yes. Put it clear to me. That's the guy.
Please do. While you're taking a sip of water, and really feel free to take sips of water whenever you need to. You don't have to ask permission. Given that you concede that the security branch taking control of this matter was unusual, do you not agree that in the circumstances of this case, they wanted to control that investigation?
Oké, laat ik het hier afhalen met respect gesê, dat kon zo voeren.
My Lord, with all due respect, it appears so.
It appears so. And would I also be correct in saying that effectively, for all practical purposes, they approved your statement? They decided what would go into your statement and what wouldn't go into the statement?
Hier eens, Your Honor, that is...
Once again, my Lordship, it is so.
And am I right in saying that under normal circumstances you would have wanted to say more and have more reflected in that statement than it was?
Ja, miskien, ek moet sê miskien, maar in hierdie omstandighede, kom ons bring het na hierdie omstandighede, dat was gedoen en ek het geteken.
My Lordship, I would say, in this circumstance, I gave the statement and I signed.
Yes, we're well aware of what you did. That again is not a dispute, but again, that is not my question. My question is, but for the fact that it was Colonel Pina sitting across the table from you, and but for the fact that he was the officer commanding of the security branch in Cape Town, you might have said a whole lot more than you did.
Ek kan nie die vraag beantwoord nie. Eerlikwaar.
My Lord,
I don't want to lie to the court.
my Lord, honestly, I can't answer the question. I cannot lie to the court.
Well, when you say that you can't answer the question and you don't want to lie to the court, what are we meant to make of that, Mr. Berger?
Your Honor, as ek nou, dis al pros en cons. As ek sê, wat ek nie eens onthou wat ek nou gesê het, maar in elk geval, as ek sê, so, dan vraag my spring questions van so. Dan vraag my so, strik vraag. Ek het nie die vermoë wat hy het om strik vraag te beantwoord. Dit was nou net die so gewees en dit is so. Ek is eerlik daaromtrent. Nou met wat ek dink, dit is nie die saak nie. Dat gaan nie daaroor nie. Ek kan nie bewys dat wat gedoen was verkeerd of reg nie. Ek praat nie van die Haron se dood nie, ek praat van die omstandighede van die verklaring. Ek word dit net aanvaar as gedisciplineerde man, dat ek daar gesit en die symptoom was gevat en klaar. Wat ek gedink het, dit is nie die saak nie, dit cuts no ice. Dat gaan nou oor daardie verklaring.
My Lord, although I can't remember what the defense attorney just said now, it's that what I think or what happened, I'm not specifically speaking about Imam Haron's death, but in general what was said. What I did is that I gave the statement and it was written with the person that I was seated there with.
And as I understand the procedure when the statement was taken is that you, Mr. Berger, simply answered Colonel Pienaar's questions, and he didn't give you an opportunity just to simply talk about your experiences at Maitland Police Station. It was only a question and answer.
Dit is goed, dat is die waarheid.
Yes, that's correct. That's true.
If we can turn to your role at Maitland Police Station. You've already testified in your evidence in chief that you had multiple roles. So, for example, you were a patrol car driver. You did patrols, presumably in the Maitland district, or the district under control of Maitland Police Station. But you also had certain duties at Maitland Police Station itself, as well as in respect of the cells. Can you just remind us your particular duties in relation to the cells and those held in those cells?
Ek het nie eintlik duties gehad van die celle nie. Dit is wanneer jy, sorry, kan ek net elaborate. Dit is nie wanneer jy op daai cel jy weet 6 tot 2. Dan gaan jy om die celle te laat skoonmaak. En by elke groep prisionere wat daar binne is, hulle maak hulle eie cel skoon, vee uit en so en so. Dat jy alles elke cel. Die enigste cel waar nie skoongemaak het nie, wat ek dink as die arbeiders wat daar was gelees, die Imam se cel dat hulle was skoongemaak deur hom. Ja. Maar daar was nie spesifieke duty, as wanneer dit word so gedoen.
My Lord, I did not have a specific duty, my Lord, at the cells. Let me say, for example, I worked from 6 to 2. The prisoners or people that were in the group in that specific cell would clean their own place, they would sweep and do all of that. But with Imam Haron, someone else did that in his cell.
And when these prisoners, presumably awaiting trial prisoners, when they were cleaning their cells and perhaps exercising in the yard, you would from time to time monitor those activities?
Jy het homself vir cel gevat. As daar niemand in die cel is, word hy cel skoongemaak. Volgende cel, juvenile cel, wat is cel is, hulle het net die cel skoongemaak en klaar. Elke een het net sy cel, sy kamer, sal ek sê, skoongemaak. Dat is net die Imam sinne waar die arbeiders skoongemaak.
My Lord, if there was no one in the cell, it was not clean. But each person that was released on his own cell would clean that cell, my Lord. Only Imam Haron, that his cell was cleaned by someone else.
On that score, is there any reason why the Imam's cell was cleaned by somebody else and not the Imam personally?
No, Imam was the Imam, Your Honor. I don't know what the other policemen did, but when I was duty, when I was in Durban, I had the Imam out for exercises so the cell was clean and things like that. I mean, he's a man of class. We've got youngsters there who can clean as we. He just oversees him when he dining, but at least we beat it like that. You know? You can't just be, I don't understand. I will answer you this question like this. I don't want to make it an issue, but that is what I did. He didn't touch a broom of anything.
So in fact, you did personally monitor the cleaning of the cells,
Yeah.
And when it came to the Imam cell, you arranged for somebody else to clean it.
No. We got de laborers, onze arbeiders daar. En dus maar net één nodig. Om jezelf in te vieren, schoon te maken.
And you also monitored from time to time the exercise periods in that courtyard outside the cells.
Ja, dit is where the imam is out. No other person. Only the imam.
Council, just to ensure that the Afrikaans part is interpreted, just give that chance.
As a cookies, is
Thank you.
apologies for jumping ahead. Does anything need to be translated from his last statement?
You back now? Sorry.
Okay. No, I was just checking with the interpreter whether there's anything further to add.
No, it was in English though.
Now, what else did you monitor in relation to the prisoners at Maitland, besides the cleaning of the cells and the exercise in the courtyard?
Niks anders nie. Ek bedoel, as jy iemand arresteer, dan sien jy die persoon gearresteer het, dat jy in die gaan op en jy sit hom in die sel waar hy moet wees. Hang af van wie jy arresteer. Maar dat het niks met die iemand te doen gaat.
Nothing else, my lord. The person or persons that were arrested that need to be booked in will be booked in, and that had nothing to do with the imam.
But when these awaiting trial prisoners and detainees, when you had them, when they had to wash and shower, surely they had to be monitored as well?
So, with respect, I think those years there was no shower in the cells.
Not in the cells, but was there not a washroom or a shower in the precinct?
They in today. Tomorrow they go to court, so there was no showering and things like that. They only got the toilet in the building. I never see somebody shower there.
Is there not perhaps a washroom area where there's a tap and basin at which?
There might be. I can't recall now. I haven't got the. Ik heb nog niet die. Hoe dat bleek daar, ik ben ingegaan. En daar was daar, misschien niet voordat je in die cellen komt, mag daar misschien een shower of een wasbak geweest zijn. Maar binnen die cellen was daar niet.
I don't have a picture of it now, my lord, but when you went in there was a basin where a person can wash or a shower, but not in the cell.
Yes, one presumes that given people like Haron were detained there for several weeks, that there would have to be some.
Ik onthoud dat Imam Haron was niet, hij was niet elke dag, heel dag daar. Ik heb bijvoorbeeld, daar ook in 6 tot 2 de ochtend, dan is het al goed. En dan vraag ik hem, kijk, hij heeft gezegd wat hij graag wil. En het was voor hem gedaan, hoeveel het wat ik me kan denken. Maar wanneer het komt in die achtermiddag, misschien ben ik dan was hij niet daar, dan was hij weggenomen door die securiteit. Maar ik heb niet dat geweten, want ik was nou niet een, the only one on the station, ik was niet alleen nacht daar. Maar de gevolg is, ik ga checken op die iemand, maar je hoort het, oké, wanneer worden die iemand, dat ik daar.
My lord, what I can say with Imam Haron, he was not there most of the time. For example, when we work shift, he will ask or request, and he will be taken away to wash somewhere else or do something somewhere else at his request, and that will be done by the security branchman.
So are you saying that never once did the Imam ask you, to the best of your knowledge, any...
Maar een meeting, die paar ochtenden wat ik met hem te doen gehad. Nee. Wat hij gaat doen daarna, maar die andere mannen gaan doen, dat kan ik niet zeggen.
Honestly, my lord, what he did or what happened in my time, I can answer to, but what happened afterwards or later on in the shift with the other officers, I can't answer to that.
So did I hear you correctly when you said that when he did want to wash, the security branch would take him somewhere outside of Maitland to wash. Please correct me.
Ek kan nie dit antwoord nie. Egbare, soos ek van die begin van my getuie gesê, die security is die veiligheidspolisie is die veiligheidspolisie. As hulle 'n man vat of 'n persoon vat uit die stasie uit, weet ons nie wat daar gaan.
My lord, the security branch was a security branch. When they take someone and what they take, we did not know or what was happening.
So just a few minutes ago, when we spoke about the security branch possibly arranging for him to be washed, was that just pure speculation on your part?
Dit was 'n spekulasie. Ek kan dit nie aan.
With due respect, my lord, unless I've got it wrong, I had nowhere ever got it on record as Mr. Vega saying that at any stage it should be organized for him to be washed. Unless I've got it wrong.
Thank you, Council.
Well, with respect to my learned friend, unless I have a hearing aid problem, there was a sentence in which he mentioned washing, possibly to be arranged by the security branch. Now, again, we have a running record and we can check that.
I'll allow you to proceed.
As the court pleases. So, just to be clear, Mr. Berger, and assuming my recollection is wrong, when you spoke about the security branch potentially or possibly arranging for him to be washed, that is something you were just surmising and speculating about that they might have done or they might not have done.
Maar ek weet nie wat nie. Ek meen, as hulle dit gedoen het, na die tyd of so my gevat het, is hulle besig. Maar terwyl ek daar was, die enige ding wat daar gewas was, is die sel van die imam was skoon gewas. Die vloere, alles was skoon gewas, die toilets, alles was skoon gemaak.
My lord, if I don't know what happened when I was not there, but what I know is that when I was there, his cell will be washed, it will be mopped, or whatever that needs to be done in his cell, my lord.
So, Mr. Berger, late Imam Haron was at Maitland Police Station for 47 days. Would you agree with me that he would not have remained unwashed for that period of time?
No, alwaar ek het nie met die imam Ali tye nie. Ek dink my lifespan of my werktyd wat ek met die imam te doen is iets so 14 dae te doen, 2 weke.
My lord, I was not all the time with the imam. I can say I was with him time of 14 days, 2 weeks. That's it.
But Mr. Berger, that isn't my question. My question is, as a police officer who worked at Maitland Police Station, any detainee, regardless of whether it was Imam Haron or not, who's there for a period of 47 days, will be permitted to wash up and clean himself.
Counsel, in the light of the witness answers, are you not meant to elicit an opinion which is speculative in nature and therefore irrelevant?
No, with respect, it's eminently relevant because as a policeman who had duties at the cells, he should know whether or not detainees at that time, particularly long-term detainees, were washing up or not.
But we know that he worked shifts, 6 to 2, 2 to 10 and 10 to 6. We know that at the time that he was in the presence of the imam, he never saw him being taken for a shower or a bath. And we know that he does not know if that happened with other persons or police officers. Now, against that background, what more?
No, in fact, I had moved on from the imam. I simply wanted to know whether detainees in general were permitted to wash at the Maitland Police Station. And my Lord, perhaps I need to put a few more questions, and I think the relevance will become clear to your Lordship and to the witness.
You're welcome.
as the court pleases. Mr. Berger, I must put it to you that the procedure, as I understood it, in relation to detainees at police stations, for example, John Foster Square and other police stations, is that detainees were permitted to wash up, either over a basin or a shower, and while they were doing so, they were monitored. They weren't left on their own. Would you agree with that?
No, that's so, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that is probably so.
And of course, in order to wash up or shower, they would have to remove either part or all their clothing.
Ja, agora, sê nou vir u met respek gesê, ek het nog geen prisoneure gesien was, hulle is die, dat jy die agtermiddag van volgende morgen of toe, dit is groter, talk about normal.
My Lord, I'm saying this with all due respect. I have not seen any detainees watch there, and I'm talking now about the short term whereby people do take into court, or the Imam.
Ek kan verstaan waarop die Heer afdruk, wat hy wil bereik.
I understand what the defense
Ek
is
verstaan, maar ek
specifying.
kan nie verseker, die Imam was 'n volwaardige Heer, man, hy het ten alle tye aangetrek gewees, ten alle tye, in sy gewaad, sy klere, lang rok, weet jy nie, mantel. Hy was al nooit kaal voor my gewees, nog nooit.
My Lord, I will say this with all due respect that the Imam was always clothed, my Lord, and he had on his salah top, my Lord. He was clothed.
So, Mr. Berger, would you agree that the probabilities are that at some point during his 47 days, the Imam would have been permitted to clean and wash? And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that you were present when that happened, but when it did happen, would you agree that he would have been monitored? And if he was permitted to clean up in the days leading up to his death, certain injuries would have been spotted on his body.
As dit gebeur het, sê ek met alle waarheid, wie was het? Dit was nie die veiligheidspolisie wat dit gedoen het nie. Dit was ons manne op die veld, in die stasie, as dit gebeur het.
My Lord, with all due respect, if that happened, that was not going to be done by the security branch. It will be done by the officers at Maitland Station.
Indien dit gebeur het, kan ek vir u heel hartig en volwaardig nou sê, of meld, dan sal dit uitgekom het, want ons polisman op die grond, ons weer back to back, ons werk aan mekaar, ons werk die cover-backs, sal gesê het, die man het die merke gehad op sy lichaam, of die merke. Die Imam was, die kan maar praktiek sê, dagelijks uit die cel uitgehaal, so in die agtermiddag, en hy was Kaap toegevat, of waar even de long gevat het. Hy kan daar gewas het, of nie, ek weet nie. Feit van die saak is, dit is 'n goeie vraag, maar ek kan nie dit beantwoord.
My Lord, this is a good question that has been asked, my Lord, but at the station we always covered our bags, or we had each other's bags, and if the Imam had an injury or a mark, it would be said the Imam had that and that. But the Imam was taken to another station or somewhere else where he will wash. If he was there, he was there. But honestly, I can't say anything about that.
So, Mr. Berger, let's talk about another issue, but relating to the cells. We have heard evidence from police officers and station staff in other inquests that the cells would be visited on a regular basis. So, for example, sometimes there would be hourly inspections. Was there a similar procedure requirement at Maitland Police Station at that time?
Haron, die celle was besoek,
My Lord,
Maar-
the cells were visited.
maar of het ook eerlijk was of wat, weet ek nie, ek het gewerk buitekant.
But if it was hourly or not, I don't know, because I was working outside.
It was on the charger was actually tot gehad.
The church office had keys.
Daar's in en uit met speerders en die wat personeel wil sien dat die charger was het gedoen met sy personeel en die speerder, die skinnende.
And when the detective wanted to go to the cell to speak with someone, that would be done through the church office.
En dieselfde met die imam.
And the same with the imam.
Die imam was net gehanteer bovenal wat ons nou die selfskoolmaak en so en die oefening was die imam se doen en later gaande sy in en uit gehanteer deur die veiligheidspolisie.
The people that were more in contact with the imam, it was a security branch. The only thing that was done, there were us people that would go in and clean and open the cell, they can go out to an exercise, but the people that worked mostly with the imam, it was a security branch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Berger. But in relation to the checks on the cells, there was a requirement that at some intervals during the course of every day, those on duty would be required to walk past, peep in, and just see that everything was in order.
Ja, die laatbare, dit is toch een punt van orde. Dit gaan hier oor die checks. Wanneer mense self besoek, dan sluit jy hom op en dan kyk jy of die persoon nou right is. Wanneer was die loergate. Nou, bijvoorbeeld, ek gaan nou 'n voorbeeld gee. As jy 'n persoon, kom ons vat die 'n personeel by die juvenile of by die groot mense self, en daar's ook in die loer die loergat. Jy kan nie al die mense sien. Jy moet opmaak.
My lord, this is why when you do cell check or you check, my lord, you have to open the cell and go in and check if everyone is fine. I'm giving an example. If someone is in a juvenile section or an older people section, you will just peep through the hole to peep through the hole, but you won't see it.
So, thank you, Mr. Berger. That's useful for this court. But getting back to my original question, these cell visits or inspections, did they happen just whenever whoever on duty wanted to do them, or was there a requirement that they be done at regular intervals?
Ag maar ek is nie almal altyd in die aanklagkantoor nie. Maar die selle moet gereeld so eerliks besoek word. Eerliks word die selle besoek.
Lord, I'm not always regular at the church office, but the cells have to be looked at or visited hourly.
Kan ek net? Ek weet die Here het nog nie die vraag gevra nie, maar ek wil dit net verbeter deur te sê wat 'n offisier ook al by die staatskamp, steekkommandeur of second in charge of al die mense. Hulle kom ook selle besoek, maar ek weet nie daarvan.
Whoever that is the station, the commander, whoever it is, will also come and visit the cells, but I don't know.
So, in fact, although you didn't do those regular cell inspections yourself, you were aware that they were being done?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
And just another technical question, Mr. Berger, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you know better than any of us in relation to these technical questions. You testified on your evidence in chief that when you were driving your patrol car, you held on to one of the keys for the access, either gate or door to the cells. Is that correct?
Dit gegaan vir alle detainees wat by die polisiestasies, daar spesiale slotte aangesit, aanslotte.
My lordship, let me say this, that went for all the prisoners that were kept, there was a special padlock or lock.
Met ander woorde, hulle los dit nie in die charges nie.
In other words, they don't leave it in the charge office.
Die rede daartoe is as volg. Dit is nie 'n geheim nie, so ek mag dit sê.
The reason therefore is not a secret, I will say it.
Die aanklagkantoor sit by die selsleutel. Die deur se selsleutel, grond.
The charge office is sitting with the door key of the cells.
Wanneer as daar nou wat gevries was op is hierso. Hy was Imam, kom alweer ontwapen die man in die charge was en hulle sel skriedele. Nou vat jy die seel, die charge was saaien, en wat even is gee vir die persoon wat hom nou en hy gaan en hy laat hom uitgaan. Maar nou daai handslot is tamelijk moeilijker. Nou daai skriedel moet hulle nou vir my eers laat inkom. Buitekant die daantjies, soos ek wat hom nou my sak schiet. Ek wil nou inkom en dan daai slot opschreef alvorens die essentie kan inkom. Met andere woorden, het is voor veiligheidshalve dat het zo gedoen was.
My Lord, I can explain it in this manner. The reason why it was done like that, it's not a secret, it was because of safety. Everyone had at the charge office, they had the key to the cells. But for me, I had the key also, because let's say someone goes in there, wants to take him out, or someone, then that key, I have it on me, I have to go, so that to go into a cell that I can open with a specific key or the key that I had. It was for security reasons, I can say so.
Let's take it from the
Mr. Baker, I'd like to remove the store and the home.
Thank you, Mom.
As other pieces. Mr. Berger, just before the short adjournment, we were talking about the two-key system. If I heard your evidence correctly, you were saying that both keys were needed in order to gain access to the cells, and without the two keys, nobody could enter, nobody could leave. And did you confirm that in your statement, that's Exhibit J from the first inquest? That's in the fifth paragraph where you say, and I'm translating into English, the cell door is equipped with two locks. The one lock's key was in my possession at all times when I was on duty as patrol vehicle driver. The other key was at all times kept in the indictment office in the safe. That is, one person could never visit the deceased alone in the cell. So if you happen to be on patrol somewhere on the road, access was required. Am I correct in saying that you call on the radio and request you to return to Mokli with that key?
Als ik hier weg staan, wanneer ik geroepen word om in te komen,
If I understand you correctly, when I'm called to come back or come in,
dan ga ik unlock, ik sleep die slot op.
then I unlock the lock.
Maar ik zit van de andere sleutel, you can just get it through the code.
Well, I'm just quoting from the translation of your 1970 statement that served before the first inquest, where the cell door, you say the cell was equipped with two locks. The one lock key was in my possession at all times that I was on duty as patrol vehicle driver. The other key was at all times kept in the indictment office, in the safe, in the charge office.
As I explained earlier, Your Honor, that the big key, the one key was in the charge office, the one who unlocked all doors of that cell, from the beginning all other cells, but it's the specific cell of the Imam. There's a lock that is for the security lock, so I put it this way, that if anybody wants to, as I explained earlier, to attack the station to get the Imam out, but they can't get in, they need the lock, the key, which was in my possession, to unlock the hand lock, the slot, be able to get in and get him out.
And just to be clear, Mr. Berger, are you saying there was a special system for the Imam cell as opposed to the other cells?
Yeah, only for a 90-day, 80 days, whatever they call it. That's the only time.
Okay, so for the security.
For the security.
Yes. So if you were unlucky enough to be out on patrol, then you would have no choice but to come back.
I had to.
And would that even be the case for those regular inspections? Were the regular inspections also taking place for the Imam's cells?
If there is a visiting officer to want to see the Imam in the cell, then I call the Imam. Otherwise, they go and peep to the whole. I don't know
The people.
the people.
And I'm just curious, if you were out on patrol, I assume sometimes you would have to attend to emergencies. If there was like for example, a robbery reported somewhere, you would have to move at top speed and intervene. And then, of course, you wouldn't be able to respond to any request because you would be attending to perhaps a crime scene or a crime in progress. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So at that point in time, they would be a bit stuck. You would have to wait for you to finish your...
Not completely, Your Honor. It never happened in my time, but we were informed that if you can't make it back to the station, then anybody else who's there, the CID or whoever is there available with a car must go to the scene where I am to go fetch the key.
I see. So if there was like some real emergency, like the police station on fire, they would send somebody out and retrieve the key. Now, if I could clear up another issue in relation to the Imam himself and his stay at Maitland Police Station. Did I hear you correctly saying that your interactions with him were confined just to a 14-day period? Did I hear that?
I think it's the same period because Your Honor, I was sometimes you get drafted to do other work on station level or outside station level, and I'm talking about crime with you get we were called up to go and patrol in, for instance, Grassy Park or in Langau, Guguletu or Nyanga. Then Saturday the station commanders was and says keep so many men because we got an operation there or something like that. So I cannot say that I was there every day because I was used, and like we all are used, and it's the same with the Imam issues. I was just there working on a leave of 14 days, and then I was moved away.
And those 14 days, am I correct in saying it's the 14 days preceding the death of the Imam?
No. Yeah, you can say 14 days. Yeah.
And in the weeks preceding that, you would have been in and out. You would have been
all the time.
Now, in your statement and also in your evidence in chief this morning, when you recounted your experiences with the Imam, you mentioned that in the early period he was reasonably active. You know, he was walking around, but that towards the end of his detention, the opposite was true. He stopped walking. He wasn't as active.
Yes.
Now, can you recall approximately when the activity, or the exercising, started to slow down or perhaps even stop altogether?
Is now $1 million question.
No, that's $1 million question.
I must tell you that I don't have $1 million.
I will say, I noticed it, say a week, I think it was a Saturday he died, yes, if I'm recollecting.
Saturday?
Yeah, but Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I saw he was sort of off. I'm talking about off, he's not he's saying, because he's the one who actually approached me earlier, hoe gaan het met die familie, you did all that friendly, we were talking things, but then he kept quiet, he sort of in himself.
So at least in the days leading up to his death, you recollect he was slowing down?
I didn't see him every day, only when my shift is 6 to 2. Then I was responsible, or what I was told, just to give the exercise. Now I can't give him exercise, he must do his own exercise. And I think it was a Saturday, that morning specifically. He was really, that was the morning he died, I think. What's a Saturday, no? I don't know if it's a Saturday or a Friday, but when his death, the 29th, when he died. That's a yellow book. What did you say? What day did he die?
Saturday. It was Saturday the 27th.
Okay. That morning, when I took him out for, he was listless. Was very listless. So what happened before? Why was listless then? He was taken out. Of die uitgehaal was nou die Saterdag, die Vrydag, ek weet nie. Jy sien, ek was nie daar nie, maar nou is het die Saterdag, toe ek hom nou met daar. Oefen toe, man, hy sien die selle.
My Lord, there was a Saturday when I had to take him out and take him to go and exercise, of which he has to do his own exercise. I couldn't give him the exercises. He was not himself. He was not himself, my Lord.
If we could go back a little earlier into the 14 days.
Oh, sorry, Mom, he was not in the mood for anything.
So if we work back from the 27th to the beginning of the preceding 2 weeks, if I'm hearing you correctly, perhaps in that first week, that's when he was seen to be more active and willing to walk around the courtyard. But in the last few days, if I'm hearing you correctly, he was slowing down, and particularly on that last day, as you say, he was listless and not moving. Not correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. Do you have a recollection of the Imam being removed for a period of 3 days? It was during the 2 weeks. The period was 17th to 19th September, which he wasn't returned until the end of the 3 days.
You see, that is why we have so many things. Your Honor is working, happening around you. It seems now at the moment I'm sending men alone here and I haven't got a foggiest idea who work. But to answer the gentleman's question, as the census is that I can't recall that, but I know for a fact is because he's bring back and he's taken out the security. We don't keep track what are they doing with it. We just have to unlock.
Yes. Just so that you're aware, the evidence before the first inquest that was given by Captain Imam, the station commander at that time, he was asked to bring his station occurrence book to the inquest, and there he confirmed that over that period, the 17th to the 19th, the security branch did remove the Imam and only returned him after the 3 days on the evening, the late night of the 19th of September. So you can accept that happened.
Then it's so. You could so. His statement is there. Then it's so. I'll deny that. I can't go say it's wrong.
Now, if we can just make reference to your evidence in the first inquest. And Lord, I'm looking at volume A3. Page 56. And Mr. Berger, since you don't have the record in front of you, I'm just going to read from the English translation provided by my colleagues from the state. I'll start at the bottom of page 55. Mr. Cooper, who's the counsel for the family at that time, asks you the following question. When did you notice that the deceased was not interested in walking around during his trading times? And you say for about the past, and then Mr. Cooper says 14 days, and you say 14 days, yes, but I was on night shift for a week, so I could not see him. And Mr. Cooper says, when were you on night shift? And you say it was from Wednesday to Wednesday. The Thursday I was off. I came on duty the Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Saturday he died. So now, I think we can accept that evidence as correct. And if we then look at that period, particularly Wednesday 17th September through to Friday 19th September, since you were on night shift during that last week, you would not have been present when he was removed from his cell in the morning of the 17th of September. And then you mentioned that you were off on the Thursday the 18th, so again you would not have been there to witness anything. Then on Friday the 19th you were back on night shift duty. And if I understood your evidence correctly, that's from 2 p.m. in the afternoon until 6 a.m. the next morning.
No, from 10 to 6.
That's from 10
That's not
10 p.m.
2 p.m. till 10 o'clock is afternoon shift.
Afternoon shift, okay.
And then 10 to 6 is night shift.
So when you say 10 to 6, 10 p.m.?
10 p.m.
night?
Yeah, no, in the evening, 10 p.m. and then early morning 6 o'clock.
Okay. Now the evidence of Sergeant van Wyk and Major Ginnis is that the alleged fall that took place at Caledon police station happened on the night of Friday the 19th of September, approximately 9 p.m. at night. And thereafter he was returned to Maitland police station. Do you have any recollection of being present when he was returned to the police station?
Yeah, Your Honor, telling the truth. I respect the court and I respect everything. When it comes to security, it's like the scum. There is Afrikaans thing like the scum. But that is Ambasu, you can't see, you see but you don't see. I don't know anything about it. That he was removed or whatever. That is their business, and I just do what I had to do physically, or physically. I can see you, so as the song goes, I can see you.
All right. I just want to put to you certain evidence that was raised in the first inquest in relation to various health type complaints that the Imam made. I'm indicating from the outset that you were not present during many of these complaints. But just to put you into the picture, on Monday the 7th of July 1969, the Imam complained to Dr. Viviers, the district surgeon, about pain over his left chest. And Thursday 10th of July, he complained to Dr. Gosling, the district surgeon of Cape Town. And according to Dr. Gosling, the Imam was in general malaise and weakness. He had localized tenderness over the lower ribs, and he was perhaps suffering from flu. And again, there's no evidence that you were present at either of these occasions. But between the 14th and the 15th of September, when the deceased complained of bleeding and blood stains in the toilet bowl, you recall you did play a role in attempting to assist the Imam at that stage. And I'm correct in saying that Sergeant Rademacher actually sent you to night camp to collect medication, and that you returned with Anusol suppositories for the Imam. You recollect that? And then we know that the alleged incident at Caledon police station, according to the evidence of Van Wyk and Ginnis, took place on the 19th. Then the very next day, the deceased complained of headaches, and according to the evidence of Captain Geldenhuis in the first inquest, he actually went to his private home to collect tablets. Yes, I'm aware that you were present at that time. Also, over the 20th and 21st, the deceased complained of chest pains. On Monday, the 22nd of September, he asked for prescription tablets that Dr. Revieres had previously prescribed for him. Then again on Friday, the 26th of September, he complained to Captain Malan about pain in his chest. And then finally, on the day that he died, that Saturday, the 27th of September, he complained to you actually of pain in his stomach, and you arranged for pills to be given to him. So I just wanted to put you into the picture that the deceased, on the evidence of either the district surgeons or the other police officers I mentioned, of various health ailments in early July, and then again post the 19th of September all the way through to the date of his death. You accept that these complaints were made?
Sir, I do accept, but may I elaborate maybe a little bit if you don't mind? I accept all this, what has been said, but now it gives me also a mind to think back. Because I know I'm a Rocky, I think back. If that man was complaining, as you say there, on that statements, then I'm not surprised with the injuries. Because I also had a bypass operation. I know what heart conditions do to a person. He was up. Here the gentleman, this is the statements that the chest pains. So there's a problem. So if I get I can't say the word in Afrikaans, it's too rude, but I mean if I get to look like that after postmortem, then it was logic. His heart couldn't take it. With all that glucose and pain and whatever he went through. I mean, I would feel that. I'm not a doctor, but I can imagine that there's too much pressure on the man. My honest opinion. I know, as I said, you can discard it, whatever. Through the court, that is what I'm thinking. Okay.
My Lord, it's been indicated to me that it's past 3:30. We still have some ways to go with this witness, and I'm just wondering whether this would be an appropriate time for the adjournment.
If you're still going to take some time with him, I think it's proper that we adjourn now.
We are also mentioning that I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow at 12:30.
Alright. Hopefully we'll be done by then, Mr. Bell. But if we are still busy, we'll make arrangements for that. Thanks for letting me. Mr. Becker, we are unable to complete your testimony today. We proceed with your testimony tomorrow. You understand that?
Okay, Judge, you remain at the court, so I must listen to you.
Thank you. The court agents.
All right.